usually have a special call. Can we allow public comment?
I think they're out here for the car.
Chevrolet thing? That is LaRich moving from Plymouth Road to there. Yeah, now. I don't know this is big enough for a dealership.
Totally unrelated topic. I need to talk to you.
Oh, they are. They
So
are.
when you look
Okay.
at it, it's quite big.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's great.
It's good
That's been an
location.
eyesore for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, go on.
Okay, I think we have. The Plymouth Township Planning Commission meeting will come to order at 6:30. If the secretary please call roll. We don't have a secretary, so you'll be directing.
Okay, acting secretary.
Okay.
Dennis Sabowski,
Here?
Tim Boyd here, Bob Dorshevitz,
Here?
Dan Callahan,
Here.
David Ladowick.
Here.
Stuart Pop,
Here.
Bill Ikes.
Thank you. And Ms. Hall, you had an announcement you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. At the last Planning Commission meeting, we talked a little bit about making sure we're using the microphone and enunciating so that the recording can pick everything up, so folks at home can hear all of the dialogue. This is true for the developers and the public as well. When you're at the podium, please speak into the mic, speak clearly, and address the commission so that they can all clearly hear you and are able to answer your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as submitted? I have no changes.
Mr. Chair, I move we approve the agenda as submitted.
Their support?
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Boyd and supported by Commissioner Ladowick to approve the agenda as submitted. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And is there a motion to approve or any addition or corrections to the minutes of our meeting of March 26th?
Just one comment I want to add. I thought the minutes were absolutely outstandingly accurate, so I really want to compliment Laura for capturing a great deal of detail. We were in here for 3 hours, and you succinctly summarized it. Thank you.
And I need to abstain because I wasn't here.
Right.
Okay.
So is there a motion to approve as submitted?
I'll make a motion to approve as
Okay.
submitted.
I'll second it.
Moved by Commissioner Pop and supported by Commissioner Ikes. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on any item that is not on the agenda? Okay, we're moving on. We have a public hearing for application 2552. And Ms. Howell, if you would read the planner's report or present it.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to my counterpart, Liz Hart.
Okay,
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. This is a special land use request for the new Chevrolet dealership and detailing center. It's located on 3 parcels along Massey Road, off of Ann Arbor Road. In your report on your first page, there is a site plan, a site layout. I just want to note that there's 2 parcels at the front closer to Ann Arbor Road, identified as Phase 1. And then there's a hotel site just south of that. That is not part of this project. It's the property that's vacant south of the hotel that is also a part of this project. So those are the 3 parcels. The project will relocate and expand operations from the current La Fontaine location on Plymouth Road. Phase 1 includes the dealership and service building, and then Phase 2 includes a future detailing and storage facility. And all these are in the Ann Arbor Road Corridor District, where both uses are allowed with a special land use approval. The site does fit the Ann Arbor Road Corridor Commercial Future Land Use designation. It's in an area with several other dealerships. Suburban Cadillac is right next door, but there are some residential areas to the north and south, so screening and noise management are key, and we'll go over those in a few minutes. Some key considerations for the special land use. Noise is the big one. The site's close to homes, especially on the south. So we are recommending that they do a noise study during site plan review to make sure everything stays under those decibel levels. Lighting appears to be compliant so far, but a full review will happen with the site plan. No major auto repair or loudspeaker use is proposed, which helps with that compatibility. And then the southern property, while it has lots of trees on it, they possibly are proposing to remove a bunch of those, so a tree survey is going to be required during the site plan approval. Again, access to these sites are from Massey Drive. It's a private service road connected to Ann Arbor Road. One thing missing from this site plan, specifically on Massey Drive for these sites, are sidewalks. So we are asking them to improve the sidewalk section along Massey Drive for these properties. The detailing building, which is on phase 2, is fully enclosed. No outdoor repair or overnight car storage is proposed. We are recommending that the applicant combine the 2 northern parcels as a condition of approval. And then also any outdoor display sale areas will need landscaping, but again, that'll be reviewed at the site plan. We are recommending approval of the special land use with a few conditions that I've gone over, like the parcel combination, future site plan for both phases, a noise study, a sidewalk along Massey Road. In terms of the landscaping for the southern parcel, sorry, absolutely. And a obscuring wall will be required for the second phase, the southern property. It's in addition to the existing landscaping screen. So that wall must be along the property line and have a 6 to 8 foot strip on the planning commission can make a determination if the existing landscaping is sufficient, but otherwise the wall would need deciduous shade trees planted, meeting the code for that. Again, this is all going to be reviewed during the site plan, but those are notes that we just want to be careful of during the special land use. We're aware that this is important for the property to the
Excuse me,
south.
where are you at in the memo right now?
Criteria 6.
Oh, number 6? Okay.
Use standard C.
Okay.
Okay, so this recommendation is based on the following findings of fact. Consistency with adjacent properties, the proposed automotive dealership and detailing facility are consistent with the character and intent of the Ann Arbor Road corridor, which is intended to support large lot commercial uses in a well-designed coordinated environment. The use is compatible with adjacent commercial developments, particularly nearby automotive dealerships to the west. While adjacent residential areas exist to the north and south, the use itself, automobile sales, service, and minor repair is appropriate for this commercial corridor and does not inherently conflict with the orderly development of the surrounding district. Consistency with the master plan, this future land use designation of Ann Arbor Road corridor commercial is in the township master plan. Infrastructure exists to support the project. Vehicular access, again, it's from the existing private road, Massey Road, and it's not expected to create major traffic concerns. And the site does have the potential to meet the site development standards in Article 29 upon site plan review by the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Okay.
Just, or
You go ahead.
can I say?
Yeah.
Just so everyone knows, because I was a little bit, I don't know, I had to read it twice. This is taking the La Fontaine, formerly Lularis Chevrolet on Plymouth Road, and moving it to where the Bennigan's was, right? Is that pretty much it?
Yeah, we'll let the applicant
Okay, okay.
present that. So the applicant is here?
I got some materials, all am I able to, or?
Yeah, speak from there because the mic is there. And then once you show us whatever you have to show us there, if you can just turn it so that the folks out there can look at it as well. Unless, or did you bring anything to project up on the screen?
No
Oh,
projections.
okay.
I think I can position the easel so everybody can.
Okay.
And just sign your name in so I can. Thank you.
last name only, or do you need more info? Okay, perfect. That's okay, I don't mind. Yeah, let's start with the first guy. Good evening, Chairman, members of the commission. My name is Ashley Bracknell, on behalf of LAG Development and LaFontaine Automotive Group, proposing our intention to relocate, as correctly stated, the previous LuLaRich Chevy, LaFontaine Chevy Plymouth. We would like to relocate that to the former Bennigan site, which is now vacant. As far as some of the conditions that I would like to request right away, as you'll see on our site plan here, it is two distinct parcels at this point. We are absolutely agreeable to a parcel combination. That's not an issue whatsoever. So the front site here that you're seeing would be the actual Chevy Corvette showroom, and where the dealership operations would be taking place predominantly. The reason that this is being paired with the rear site, which is the 9.5 acres that abuts that residential, it's currently vacant land. There would be additional parking that would be needed to support the front site. So that is why these developments are being paired together. That's pretty straightforward reason. We do have a tree survey for the front parcel. I would have to confirm that we have one for the rear parcel. Again, that's not an issue. Sidewalks, we are absolutely agreeable to that. I know a lot of communities are liking to incorporate those in the developments to make it safer for residents in the community to walk along the roadways. What you see here is the rear parcel. That's the back. Oh, you already. Sorry.
I skipped that one.
No, that's okay. That's okay. We can stay on the front one. So here's the rear parcel that we were talking about. Again, the reason for the lot needing to be put in that area would be to support what ordinance requires for parking requirements for the front, where the dealership would be located. And we brought in some renderings just to kind of get some excitement to show what we're envisioning for this. We really, truthfully, our heart with this is making this a Corvette destination primarily. We want to be the largest Corvette dealer in the country. And we would love to be part of that with your community. Is there anything else that we should be including? I guess, do you have any questions with the information? I'm happy to elaborate in
Well,
whatever direction you need.
Can you talk a little bit about the hours of operation and what would, I'm sure in the dealership, it would be the typical dealership kind of activities, but the detailing perhaps, even though it's part of this application eventually, so maybe you can talk about those items.
Yeah, so both sites would be operating under that similar hours of operation, actually same to be exact. Mondays and Thursdays, it would be 7:30 a.m. to 9 p.m. Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays, 7:30 to 6. Saturday, 7:30 to 4, and closed on Sundays. And that would be applicable to both the front and rear site.
And what goes on in the detailing part of this
Just
operation?
washing vehicles and vacuuming them out, just minor detail. And then additionally, in the detail facility, with our main draw being the Corvette customer market, we wanted to have the building able to support people who want to store their Corvettes for the winter, just because with that market, you don't want to leave your Corvette out in your driveway collecting snow.
So the storage would happen inside that detail building?
Inside of there, it would be a dual purpose, but it would all be fully enclosed.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
Did you have
I just said okay.
Oh, okay. So why don't you have a seat, and we'll open the public hearing, and then we'll ask questions on behalf of the public and on behalf of the commission.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kevin, do we need a motion to open the public hearing? That was mentioned the last meeting, and
Yes.
you okay? All right. So would someone move to open the public hearing at 6:45?
Yeah, I'll move to open the public hearing, 6:45 PM.
Okay. Is there support?
Support.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Ikes and supported by Commissioner Boyd to open the public hearing at 6:45. So whoever wishes to speak before the commission, just step up. You have 3 minutes. Speak into the microphone. We're trying to be real sure that people can understand us, both the recording when we do the minutes and also for people that might be watching us on the internet. So who would like to lead off? I do ask everyone to be clear, concise, cogent, and civil. Civil is the most important. Ma'am, you had your hand up? Yep.
I have a few questions.
She should state her name.
Yeah, you have to give us your name.
Oh, yeah. My name is Jacqueline Kreuter. I live at the Bradbury Park Homes
Okay.
Association. We live, actually, my husband and I, we live in the only building that's facing directly the wooded area. And we're concerned about a few things that will change. For one part, we would like the possibility to keep part of the wooded area, not like take all the trees down and then plant a few young ones or so, but protect part of the habitat that's there, because we have birds that are not that common and that wouldn't survive, let's say, on grass and a few trees or so. They like the shrubbery, they need that as a habitat. So if one could keep part of that area that is bordering Bradbury Park Homes as a more natural area, that would be a good part for the animals, and it would also be could serve as a buffer zone between the car dealership and detailing facility and Bradbury Park Homes. That is my first point. The second point is, on the location map, I saw that a dumpster was planned sort of near Bradbury Park Homes, and we made the decision long ago to not have a dumpster, to not have the smells, to not have the rodents. And the hotel on the other side already has a dumpster. My suggestion was that the new facility would use a location close to that dumpster. There is one already. It doesn't make a big difference over there. It would make a big difference for us in Bradbury, if that could be considered. Another point that I have is, we're somewhat concerned about light pollution, and I would prefer it if the light could be kept on as long as the facility has working hours. But I think for security, one does nowadays not need light anymore. Cameras nowadays can do brilliant film or pictures without artificial light. So if one could keep that to the business hours, for the safety of people who walk around there, if it's, in winter dark or so. But I think for safety reasons, I think nowadays one does not need lights. And we see already near us the high lights that are in the other car dealerships. That's a lot of light that we already have. And my last point is, I would like to know how minimal the detailing will be kept. Do we have to expect fumes from, I don't know, chemicals that are used to clean up the cars, or touch up paint or whatever? And if there are steps taken to minimize that, for the neighborhood.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll address those in the next phase. Anyone else? Yep, step right up.
Excuse me.
My name is Gene Bonk. I live in Bradbury Park Homes, and I'm not concerned about the hours of operation. I'm concerned about the lighting. There are several car dealers in that area, and they all have 50-foot posts with lights on them that are on all night long. And so my concern is they're going to take my night away by having these lights on all night long. And they're very high, very bright. That's my main concern.
Okay, all right, well, we'll have the applicant address that when they come back, okay?
I'm sorry,
We'll have the applicant address that when they come back up, okay?
He said the applicant will address that when they come back up.
pardon me.
He'll talk about it later when he comes back
Okay,
up.
thank you.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, well, you had your hand up first, and then ma'am, you'll be next. You can, I'll recognize you on the next round here.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Schomer, and I also live in the Bradbury Park Homes. My concern also is the same as theirs, and that is keeping a barrier of the trees or a green zone up against that wall. I mean, I understand the property has been zoned, and La Fontaine wants to do what they're gonna do, and that's a beautiful building, by the way. But we're a senior citizen complex, and it took me 2 years and 40-plus condos when I found this condo, and I love it because of the location and with the trees, and it's in the back, and it's quiet, and it's private. So my concern is the noise, losing those trees, having some kind of a green zone, tree barrier, if that could possibly be kept, that might help. Another concern is the lighting. And then another concern I have is the traffic. That over there on Ann Arbor Road and then the Haggerty, the traffic is horrendous. We're already backed up on Ann Arbor Road to turn left on Haggerty. I don't know how much traffic this is gonna bring, and the road is pretty bad. So I'm concerned about the traffic also. And then there was mentioning of keeping Corvettes stored. How big of a building, how many Corvettes will be stored in that building? So that's it. I'm just really concerned. I'd like to see the trees kept, at least some of them, the sound, the lighting, and the traffic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for coming in. Yeah, ma'am, you in the back, you started up.
Hi, my name is Ann Riley. I live on Terry, right in this subdivision behind us. Having a Chevrolet Corvette dealership, another dealership in this area is profound. I read on the website today, people are our priority. It's from Plymouth Township, you guys. And I don't feel that people are your priority anymore. Between this car wash and that dealership, I will never be able to get out of my subdivision. It's so difficult, and we're gonna have more cut-through traffic. I live on Orange Lawn and Terry. Nobody stops at that stop sign anymore. It's just impossible. Now you're gonna be tearing down more trees, the wildlife. I mean, I see deer everywhere, and yeah, it's understandable they gotta go someplace, but why intentionally tear down the trees that they're used to being at, like they did up on Ann Arbor Road and the railroad tracks. So there's going to be more traffic, semis, congestion, the noise, more lighting, the hours. I look forward to coming home later at night or doing my jobs later at night. Now, Tuesdays and Thursdays, they're going to be open until 9 p.m. Have any one of you driven down Ann Arbor Road lately? It's awful. It took me 20 minutes to get from Ann Arbor Road in Sheldon last Thursday to Haggerty Road to turn left. And in that time period, people were passing me in the left-hand turn lane. And if somebody was in that left-hand turn lane, that car would pass that car in the left-hand lane, turning left, and get right back in front. Then they'd get down to the next intersection, and then they'd cut somebody off. So the traffic over here, we don't need any more traffic, okay? Please, please understand this. We live over here, and what kind of attention are you paying to us if you let these two things go through? I live, like I said, across, and there's no police presence in our neighborhood. You know, when they come through our neighborhood, you know, they're speeding, they go through stop signs, and do you think that the employees or anybody else is going to get on Ann Arbor Road in Haggerty to get through that congestion? Or are they going to cut through my subdivision and cross Ann Arbor Road and go right to this new dealership? And that's all I've got on this.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Kevin, do we need a motion to close the public hearing? Yes. Okay. So is there a motion to close the public hearing at 6:56?
Yeah, make a motion to close the public hearing at 6:56 on the Corvette dealership.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Ikes and supported by Commissioner Pop to close the public hearing. That's 6:56. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You can come back up and let's talk about some of these concerns that the folks have. You will be doing a tree inventory on that back portion.
Yes, that was
And-
discussed at our pre-application meeting.
So the tree survey will give us an opportunity to see what really is in that grove of trees, how many are good trees and how many are not bad trees, what species they are, what conditions they're in, if they're dying or healthy or dead already. So, and we do have, are you at the stage right now as to knowing what kind of buffering you would have along that wall?
Yes, we are. We have Gary Landrosh.
Hey, good evening. Gary Landrosh. I work with Ashley at Lag Development. I just would like to address a couple of these comments. We certainly understand you guys would be neighbors. We're very considerate of neighbors. It's a big part of who LaFontaine is. It's what they do. There is a huge buffer. I don't know if you can see this. It's over 50 feet that's left as green space along and there's actually a screen wall there at the condominiums. I don't know if we would need to put another screen wall next to that, or we can just do it with landscaping. But they have preserved all the natural trees shown here, and this whole section is huge. That with additional landscaping that's going in there. So they've done a really conscientious job of trying to protect that existing buffer that you have, the mature trees that are healthy. There's certainly no reason that we'd want to take those down. Really, anything that's suitable to be saved would be saved in that zone. And I think that will provide that natural buffer that you're currently enjoying. This small section of the building here is the only area that detail work would be done, 2 bays. The rest of this is really slated to be for potential storage in the future. This building is not proposed to go up right away when we want to build the dealership. We just want to develop the site for the inventory.
Just a word, I just want to interrupt here for a minute. So what we're here today to do, I don't think this was clear, it's the special land use. So we're concerned about how this land is going to be used. When we talk about these issues, many of these you brought up, those are site plan issues. So there's another step to this eventually, if it's approved tonight, and so that will, we will look at this very carefully. We'll look at what kind of buffering there would exist. We'll look at lighting. We'll get into those questions. So they haven't fully developed that site plan, but they can tell us their thoughts about it, and certainly I would hope take into consideration the concerns of the folks.
Absolutely. With regards to the dumpster, yeah, we can certainly put it on the other side away from your community. Don't see an issue with that. We just want to make sure they can get in there. We have a contract with a company too to make sure that they're not in there at 4:30 in the morning picking up and dumping for the noise. So that's something that we regulate. Lights is a very interesting subject because lighting is an issue right everywhere. What we're doing nowadays with the LED lighting, it's all about the control system. We're able to do a directional fixture that shoots the light into the lot. We can reduce the level of those poles that abut the residential, and we can do this with a control system where we can actually turn these lights off at night. We'd like to put motion sensors on so that if somebody comes into the lot after hours, the lights will turn on for a period from a car driving in there. They'll stay on 6 or 7 minutes and then they'll turn off. We're just concerned with safety and security back there, so we don't need the whole thing glowing like we're displaying cars. That's not the intent. So we can certainly be very mindful and considerate of you guys living there, right? We don't want it going through your windows and you're trying to watch TV or do whatever. So we can control that very effectively with this, and this is something we can define further as we develop, the site plan. As far as traffic goes, this is commercial property. It's going to be developed eventually. Believe it or not, a car dealership is not a bad neighbor to have. As far as, we're open at 7:30. That's for selective service. The dealership opens at 9. Most of our traffic is generated from 9 o'clock on, so we have very little impact on peak traffic times. They're closing after peak traffic time as well. The 2 nights that they're open late, that's nothing in the back building here. That's in the a sales building up front. I believe that when we had a preliminary introduction with staff at Plymouth Township prior to developing these plans, and we got some good impact from them. They were concerned with lighting, they were concerned with landscaping, they were concerned with traffic. So they seem to be very considerate of the residents of the community. And for that reason, we talked to them about doing an extensive traffic study on here as well, so that we can determine if there's anything we can do to help improve the corridor. We don't want to add congestion, right? We'd rather help with some solutions. So I think that you'd find it's surprising. Nowadays, we don't use speakers. They don't have loudspeaker systems. Everything is done with cell phones. So it's not quite the dealership of old. They used to like to have 60-foot tall poles with 1,000-watt metal halide bulbs glaring, right? That's a completely different. This community is interested in promoting a black sky effect. They also discussed with us, so we can really help them with that and with these designs. And like I say, the control system is really the key to these lights nowadays. At the very least, even in the front lot, we can have those lights dimmed down after hours, right? We just want safety and security. That's our primary concern. Of course, we want to have lighting for display while we're open, but I think that answers most of them.
Yeah, there was just a couple. There was, would there be any fumes from the detail building?
No, it's all, really it's latex-based chemicals that they use for washing and detailing cars.
And what about, how many cars do you think would be stored in that building?
There could be upwards of 100 cars stored in that building easily.
All right. And just to remind the folks, we're citizens just as you are. We're aware of the traffic. We personally experienced it. Just for me to come in today from the western part of the township took me 20 minutes. Traffic is horrendous. My wife had a car accident right here on the corner of Ann Arbor Road and Haggerty. So I think me, and as well as I'm sure others on the commission, can sympathize with that whole issue. It keeps coming up over and over again. It doesn't hurt to repeat it. Okay, any comments, questions from the commission?
Several.
Okay.
First, what I want to understand is, it looks like there's two different pieces of property, right? The one we just spent time talking about was the detailing site, right?
Correct.
So we'll start with that one. We're keeping a 50-foot of woods buffer. How many feet is the buffer today? Is it a full acre, 212 feet, north-south? Is it less than that?
Currently, it's a wooded area, so
Yeah.
there is no buffer. It's 9.5 acres of forested area.
About 9.5 acres, okay.
Correct.
So looking at the plan in there, that's quite a bit, right? So we're losing a lot of trees. Hopefully, we're gonna populate it with trees that's in there. Two, I do share the concern on noise. I've got my phone here, and this is a really good thing. At 4:37 a.m. last Thursday morning, the dumpster guy came to smash the dumpster and empty it, okay, at the Methodist church, okay? It sounded like a gun going off. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. It broke up people on the far side. So any dumpster's gotta be as far away from residents as possible, number one. Number two, right, we've gotta find a way to increase the amount of woodage that's there. I don't think 50 feet is anywhere near enough, okay? If there's 9 acres of woods there, it's gotta be way more. LED lights, right? You guys wanna reduce your electricity costs. Motion sensor technology exists, right? Safety is always number one. So I think you guys sufficiently covered that one. And with respect to, does it fit? It's a dealership community. It's across the road, the street, so it's consistent with what's already there. I did not understand the difference between parcel 1 and parcel 2 on our other package. What's the difference between these two buildings?
They just haven't been combined yet. Those are the existing building pads you're looking at
Yeah.
on that plan.
Yeah, so there's only one structure. At the time, you're seeing 2 pads
Yeah.
or foundations, but there's only one building in existence on that site with the 2 parcels.
Okay, all right, thank you for the clarification.
That's it for now?
Yeah, so for
Okay.
now.
Anyone else? No?
I have a few. Is this dealership, the architecture is really quite striking. Is that consistent with the Chevrolet franchising design language of these days, or is it a unique?
Not
showroom?
exactly, no. Definitely have some variances there. We have these plans into the General Motors Design Review Team. They have an image program. They're gonna wanna incorporate some elements, which we've done with some of the colors. Go back to that.
Not the daytime one or just nighttime.
That's fine. That's the Chevy blue, and the services color is a Chevy color. It doesn't really have the traditional Chevy tower that you typically see at the front entrance. General Motors is going through some new imaging right now as well. Their Chevy and their GMC Buick stores have now had a whole new facade that's being introduced there. So it's not quite this, but it's not the old design either. So this is sort of a hybrid.
Okay. Would it be safe to say that after it goes through the GMID program, that it could end up looking quite a bit different?
No, it's been submitted to them already. Their design team has given us some initial comments. They were more concerned with form and function of the interior for the most part.
Okay.
I think they accepted that it is still of the General Motors theme.
Okay. As far as, I wanted to reiterate here, this natural area at the southern end of the site, it does show on sheet 1-2 for the audience. They give us these big plans. It does show a 50-foot wide nature area all along the bottom of that site too. So that's between the structure, the phase 2 structure and the Bradbury Park condominiums. Then when it gets to the far east side, toward 275, it actually goes up at a triangle. It looks like a lot of that's going to become a detention basin, so that would be scooped out, correct?
Yeah, if I may, that is actually already in existence. Our site, we share the retention with the community behind us.
Okay, so
we're
that detention
responsible.
pond already exists.
So that already exists there. So we would probably, it's a little bit wider on here than what it currently is this day, but it already exists there.
Okay. I'd like to also comment a little bit more on the tree situation. Plymouth Township has a tree ordinance. I'm sure you've probably been briefed on it. There's not a whole lot of natural land left in Plymouth Township. This 9.5 acre site is incredibly pristine. Ideally, we would love to use it for something other than commercial, but it is zoned for commercial. I would implore you, when you get your tree survey back, to look at it and see if there are clumps of natural areas beyond the area you've got at the bottom, which is a good start. But beyond that, if there are clumps of areas that you could retain with your parking, your curb areas, maybe you could change them around to retain some of those trees. So it's not just about cutting down these trees and replacing them with new trees, which is what the tree ordinance requires if they're heritage trees. But at least I would, and I think a couple other commissioners would like to see a little bit more of the natural area retained as well. So when you get your tree survey back, some of us are going to be going through that really carefully and looking at it. So just kind of a preemptive advice to look at that yourself.
Certainly.
Thank you for that.
That's it. I guess I just want to say one more thing on the traffic. I'm very sympathetic to the traffic issue. And I specifically sometimes come down here to look at the traffic in the morning and in the afternoon. And this applies not just to the dealership, but also to the car wash area. The traffic here really is, I think, becoming a real issue. And I know that Plymouth Township, when you sit up here and listen in the planning commission or in the ZBA, or you read the comments from people, one of the key issues of Plymouth Township, one of the key reasons people want to live here is to not have the traffic issues we have in other suburban areas of Detroit, specifically Canton is mentioned, but others as well. So this is really a key reason for people to live in Plymouth, and we need to be really careful going forward. I would like to actually ask Laura, has there been any discussion that you're aware of between Plymouth Township and MDOT and Wayne County on the whole corridor of Ann Arbor Road from the freeway to CSX, as well as Haggerty, which is particularly backed up in the morning, north and south?
Aside from specific projects like the CSX road, overpass improvements, I'm not aware of any ongoing discussions, but that might be a good question for the township engineer. They're more likely to be looped in on continuous conversations.
Yes, I see you there. Do you have a comment to that?
I'm sorry, there's no microphone over there for
Oh,
Louisa.
okay.
Apologize, there's no microphone there, but at the moment, I'm not aware of any studies, but I will definitely check, with our traffic team, but I'm not aware of any specific studies at the time.
But Wayne County has responsibility, or MDOT, depending on what road it is.
Well, that road is actually private, but given that it's definitely, connecting with the interchange and Haggerty and Ann Arbor Road, I think it would be valuable, the traffic study, to evaluate the condition of the traffic for that proposed site.
Yeah, it's heavy. I come here every morning and it gets pretty backed up between the freeway and the railroad tracks.
It's particularly bad now because of the
Yeah.
freeway
Right.
construction.
I think that's a lot of it.
Yeah.
But I agree, but that doesn't explain the westbound traffic issues, I don't think.
Right.
And that's just as bad. And it even goes up Haggerty. This morning when I did it around 7:45, Haggerty Road from Ann Arbor Road all the way to Ann Arbor Trail was completely stopped, moving very, very slowly. Traffic backed up, trying to turn onto Haggerty. As some of you have mentioned, people cutting through the neighborhoods, very obvious.
That's because Wayne County closed Haggerty Road this morning.
Really?
Yeah, that's why,
Okay. Well, it was sure obvious.
for construction.
Okay.
Well, perhaps we should communicate with the Wayne County to see how often do they check the traffic counts here? Or do they have any plans for the future? I don't know what can be done. But, our master plan says we try to coordinate with different road authorities. So,
Yeah, we'll definitely look into that.
okay, thank you.
You all are aware that the road going north on Massey Drive is only right turn onto Ann Arbor Road? Is that an impediment to your operation of a?
No.
Do you have any plans to improve that private road, the Massey Drive?
We actually have a maintenance agreement. That was, we actually own that road. It was part of the purchase of these parcels. So between the hotel, we have a maintenance agreement. So we're going to be maintaining and doing upkeep on that road. I don't know the exact condition of it today, whether it needs improvement right now or not.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah.
Anyone else at this end? Nothing?
We're the quiet end.
Dennis?
You're reflecting.
Dennis?
Yes.
I don't mean to be Peter Falk and play Columbo here, but, there's one more thing that's bothering me. When I look at this back site, there's over 300 parking spots for a detailing facility. Is this an overflow for vehicles at the car
That's the
dealership?
storage for the inventory for the dealership. That's really not, that's not all detailed vehicles. The only thing we detail are the cars when they come in. We get them ready to put on the lot for display, whatever. If we're delivering them to a customer, they don't bring cars in to detail from outside. So that's just the inventory storage for the Chevy Corvette dealership.
If I may elaborate on one thing also. Earlier when I was speaking, so that front site with the way the building is seated on there, the front parcels, today, the front two parcels, we require an additional 73 spots to support what your guys' ordinance for parking surrounds for that building. So 73 of those spots on that rear parking lot that you're looking at would be technically allocated for the front parcels. And that was part of why we were grouping this development together.
All right, thank you for the explanation. As I look at this site, I would rather see this building moved north, the parking lot shrunk, the wooded buffer at least tripled, right? And I know you want the spots for extra inventory, which I get, right? These vehicles come up from Bowling Green, Kentucky, right? And you want to sell them. But the bottom line here is we are just damaging the environment. When you walk out that door today, please take a picture of the sticker that's on the window, okay? This is a tree community, okay? It's on the lower right-hand side, if I'm not mistaken. The double siding glass doors, okay? So you take it back to your management. I would really love to see this site plan on the back parcel rethought so that greenery is nowhere near shrunk to what it is today, and the parking and the asphalt is shrunk as well, so the buffer is maximized, okay? It has been minimized way too severely.
Understood.
No further questions.
Okay. You rest your case, I think. All right, any further discussion, concerns from the commission?
No.
If not, is there a motion? And if you choose to approve this, I would recommend just mentioning the first paragraph under the recommendations. It would simplify the note-taking. So is there a motion?
Okay. You mean this part?
Yeah, this part right here. You have to do some- Where's the italics?
All right, I make a recommendation for special land
No,
use.
it's an approval, it's not a recommendation.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion to approve PC number 2552, which is a car dealership and service facility at 40347 and 40441 Ann Arbor Road.
And the adjacent unaddressed parcel.
And the adjacent unaddressed parcel.
contingent on the following conditions.
So read all that.
No, just.
Okay.
And that is contained in the plan.
And contingent on the following conditions that is contained in the planning,
Okay, good.
planning document.
Is there support?
Support.
Who supported it?
I did.
Okay. Okay. Moved by Commissioner Pop and supported by Commissioner Dorchevitz to approve the special land use for application 2552, subject to said conditions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, so that is Commissioner Ikes and Commissioner Boyd reject, or
You vote yes.
vote nay. But the application is, or the proposal is approved. Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Bye. Sorry that didn't go right smooth.
No, that's okay. That's okay. We're gonna, yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
It tends to thin the crowds.
I know.
There were more people here for that issue than I thought there'd be.
Okay, moving on to application 2554, special land use for outdoor storage, and who's going to take this one?
Thank you, Chair Commissioners. This is a special land use request for a 49,000 square foot outdoor storage yard at the Durr Building site just north of Plymouth Road. The proposal is for RV and boat storage in a fenced area next to the building. The indoor self-storage portion is inside the building is a permitted right, so we're only reviewing the outdoor storage use today. The site's zoned industrial, just like the neighboring parcels to the northeast and south, or west, and to the south is a commercial property, a dealership. So overall, the proposed use fits well in this area. For the site, there is some wooded area and tree lines already existing on the site, especially along Concept Road and Plymouth Road. A berm with landscaping is proposed along Plymouth Road, and existing trees along the southern edge of the storage area are being kept for screening. A tree removal plan and detailed landscaping plan will be needed for the site plan review. A site access and circulation. The site has direct access from Plymouth Road, which is the major thoroughfare. The outdoor storage takes up most of the existing parking lot, and a new parking area is shown in front of the building. That new parking lot's not a part of this application. That'll come later. I just want to note that access to the building behind the Durr building, that's not coming through the storage area. Access to that building comes from Concept Drive. It goes around it, so that site still does have access to it. It just will not be through that access off of Plymouth Road. Well, into the Durr building site. There's Concept Road comes off of Plymouth Road. The applicant's not proposing any parts or vehicle assemblies to be stored. It's just full RVs and boats. The area will be fenced, and it is proposed to be set back from Plymouth Road about 170 feet. And again, a landscape buffer will be added with trees and shrubs to break up the view from the street. All utilities are already nearby and available to serve the site. And fire engineering's reviews will happen later at the full site plan. We do recommend approval of this special use with two conditions. Again, the landscape berm along Plymouth Road must be included in the site plan, and then no parts, assemblies, or loose materials can be stored in the outdoor area. This recommendation is based on the following facts of finding. Consistency with adjacent properties. Based on the existing surrounding properties, the project's intensity and scale are fitting. The site abuts industrial zone properties to the north, east, and west. To the south, there is a dealership, which is a high-intensity regional commercial use that would be compatible with additional industrial development. Consistency with the master plan. The subject site and surrounding areas are designated as industrial on the 2015 future land use map. Infrastructure exists to support the project. Site has the potential to meet the site development standards. And then the location of the outdoor storage is set back from Plymouth Road frontage, approximately 170 feet, which is well in excess of the required 50-foot front yard setback. That's my report. I'm happy to take any questions for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
And the applicant is here? Yeah. Okay.
I'm Brian with the
Okay.
Dirt. This is Larry.
How you doing?
How are you?
Right.
Do you have anything to say or walk us through?
I didn't know if it was
or-
questions, but yeah, no. When we first found the site, the thing that drew me to it was the overall outside beauty of the building. It was built in 1948. So the building facade is really important to us. We don't want to make any changes to that. We want the inside lobby to kind of highlight the historic site that it's on. You know, we want to show that the automotive industries that were there before us. As far as the outdoor storage goes, we're gonna kind of take more of a high-end storage to it, so we won't just be storing, you know, anyone's boat trailer that's rusted out. It's gonna be high-end RVs, high-end boats, so it'll really be, you know, kind of an upscale storage facility. There won't be any bright orange colors anywhere, and the overall look of the facility to us is probably the most important.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear you're preserving as much of the exterior of the building as you can. You know, Lock Performance was just down the road from you. Pattern their building was inspired by that Durr building. If you look at the two buildings, they're similar in feel.
Yeah, no, it's a stunning building. And it's, when I started reading about the history, you know, built in 1948, and then when Durr took over and moved in, and then they expanded, we didn't even know they had expanded it to the west until, you know, we were inside and you could see where it changed a little bit. So they did a great job on the outside. The other part that I wanted to add to her part is, so the building behind can come in off concept, but they also still own the drive off Plymouth Road, so it's kind of a U shape. So the semis coming in and out of that back parcel aren't affected at all.
So they
All right.
they have to drive on the west side of us too,
Yeah,
west side of the building.
yep.
Are you planning on improving the parking lot? You know, what are you gonna do?
Oh, yeah,
there?
it'll be completely resurfaced. We want to put a berm, like she said, in the front along Plymouth Road because we want it to be cohesive with the Burroughs building. We want it to look like one continuous, you know, complex, just the buildings will change. So we're very, you know, after the overall look of it. Getting that as far as the parking lot goes. He's the main contractor.
It's gonna be on the other side of, the berm will be on the north side of the sidewalk, of course. Sorry, I have a paralyzed vocal cord, so I can't talk very loud anyways, so. But the berm that we're proposing will be on the north side of the parking lot, like Brian said, in conjunction with the
the one that's already at the Burroughs Building there. So it just kind of looked like it's contiguous here. As far as the parking lot, it's going to be asphalt, all the way from in the front and in the back. We are going to take out some of the islands in there that are curbed right now and asphalt them too. But we'll be leaving all the perimeter trees in the front as screening in front of the storage and also on the side.
Well, have a seat and we'll open the public hearing.
Thank you.
And then we'll call you back. So with that, is there a motion to open the public hearing at 7:30?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to open the public hearing at 7:30.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Ikes, and who supports?
Support.
Supported by Commissioner Boyd to open the public hearing at 7:30. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Anyone here that wishes to speak to this application? Okay. Is there a motion to close the public hearing at 7:31?
Motion to close.
Okay. Commissioner Pop, who supports?
Support.
Supported by Commissioner Boyd. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Can you come back up? Commissioners, do you have any questions, concerns?
I had one question. One of your pages here, it shows what would be, I guess, the southwest corner of the building or of the lot. It says outlot future retail. What does that refer to?
So right now, if you look directly across the street from Blackwell Ford, there is just an empty grass lot there. In this plan of what we're doing, that'll be left completely empty. And we're just putting in there for somewhere down the road, if it's to be developed, it could be developed, but it isn't part of this plan at all. So that grass area that's there right now will be left untouched.
Okay. So Laura, we would have a separate review of that if that were to come close,
It would
right?
be a new application.
That's all I had.
Anyone else have anything?
Yeah, I had one. On the berm along Plymouth Road,
Yeah.
the height, how tall will that be?
It'd probably be 3 feet tall and about 10 feet wide. We want to keep it as a cuttable surface and have room to get around the trees on top.
Okay, so in the same view that Tim was talking about, right, you're gonna have storage outdoor in this back area here with paving, and how about up to this tree line here? Is that also gonna be storage?
No, that tree line's going to stay there.
The tree line stays, but
So
no
from
storage
behind the
just in
tree
the
line back will be storage. The
Okay.
front lot will be left vacant grass for now, for
right.
future use.
And just to double check, you mentioned trees remain in front and on the side. So when you say remain in front in this red area here, those trees that are along Plymouth Road will stay, or are they gonna go?
I don't see any trees in the front there.
Yeah, no, the trees she was referring to are on the east side. There's a whole parcel of wetlands to the east will remain untouched.
Okay, how about the ones in front of the building that you see from Plymouth Road?
There's a couple there right now.
There's a few in there.
Yeah, I mean,
They're,
when we redo the berm, it'll be we'll be adding trees and bushes as well.
The trees that are existing right now, I think, are crimson maples. They're not, a native tree, a natural tree, but they're good size. They've been planted probably 20 years ago or so.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So,
Have you operated similar facilities elsewhere?
Yes, a smaller facility though, in downtown Detroit. But it was a smaller facility.
All right, if there are no additional questions or concerns, time for a motion.
All right, I make a motion that we approve the special land use application PC 2554 for the outdoor storage of RVs and boats with two conditions contained.
Just say conditions in the planner's report.
Okay,
You don't have to read
with two conditions contained in the planner's report.
And based on the findings of fact in the commissioners, or the planner's report, right?
Right. Okay, is there support?
Support.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Pop and supported by Commissioner Boyd to approve application 2554, subject to said conditions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, next we move to application 2550. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 2555, Port Street site plan amendment, and plan to read the report.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. This is a site plan amendment for Magna Auto Systems at 46600 Port Street. They want to add a 24,000 square foot accessory building behind their existing building to help with storage on site. No changes to the overall site layout, everything's staying as is. And the building is expected to support just the operations of the site and existing use. This is in the industrial zone, and it is designated light industrial in the master plan. Both the existing and proposed uses are permitted by right. In terms of site and building design, the new building, again, is tucked behind the main one, away from public view. It's not triggering any new landscaping, lighting, or circulation changes. The building itself, it is a tension fabric membrane structure, so it's not your standard masonry building, but it is neutral in color and it's not going to be visible to the street. They are asking some deviations from section 28.14, which is building design and material requirements. The Planning Commission is allowed to deviate from these. Specifically, they're asking, again, from like building materials, like the masonry, and then your architectural accents and like details to a building you would normally see. They're asking for exceptions from those. And we're recommending approval of those because, again, it's not visible from the right-of-way, and strict adherence to these requirements wouldn't really contribute in a meaningful way to the intent of the code and for the proposed use. Again, still no changes to vehicular or pedestrian circulation. Emergency access is preserved and it's been approved by the fire marshal. No parking requirements are triggered since the new building is just for storage. The building is going on a previously paved area, so no natural features are being disturbed. The wetlands on site are not impacted. And so staff recommends approval of the amended site plan as well as the design waiver with the following facts of finding. Location and visibility. The building is located at the rear of the existing facility and is screened from public view, including visibility from the right-of-way. As the structure is not prominent or visually impactful to the public realm, the intent of the design standards to enhance streetscape, aesthetics, and maintain architectural cohesion in publicly visible areas is not compromised by the deviations. Function as an accessory building. The structure is an accessory to the primary use of the site, serving internal operational needs rather than acting as a principal or public-facing facility. Visual and operational improvements. The use of the building reduces the need for outdoor storage trailers, which is on site right now, which are typically more visually intrusive and operationally inefficient. By consolidating and closing storage, the proposal enhances the site's visual appearance and functionality, further aligning with the spirit of the code, even if it's not to the letter. Contextual compatibility. The neutral color industrial scale of the building allowed to blend in with the existing built environment. While not constructed in masonry, the materials and design have been selected to complement the context rather than conflict with it, achieving the broader goals of cohesion and compatibility. And precedent for flexibility. The Planning Commission has the authority to grant deviations, recognizing that not all projects fit a one-size-fits-all model. given that this structure contributes positively to the overall site organization and visual environment without detracting from public or pedestrian experience. A deviation is both reasonable and warranted. That's my presentation. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
And the engineering report?
Do we have an engineering report?
Oh, my report, sorry. Good evening. We received the site plan submittal for the Magna Clear Spat Building Addition prepared by Seaman Bosniak and dated February 21st of this year, and our letter is dated April 16th of this year. The following are observations. The site doesn't have significant changes to the utilities. There won't be any sanitary service or water services. They're only providing fire protection, and that will be provided by a 4-inch fire service from the existing 12-inch water main, which is currently shown in the plans, and we don't have any comments on that. Just further comments for engineering. No comments on the sanitary, as nothing is being proposed or significant changes for the building. Regarding the stormwater will be collected by existing system, a detention system. They're providing water quality improvements, and the building addition does not represent a change in overall imperviousness, and water quality improvements are provided, but we will require that they coordinate with Wayne County, as the site still triggers the rule of replacing more than half an acre of imperviousness. We also have a comment on it seems like they're removing an existing dumpster area, and we want them to confirm with the planner regarding the replacement. We recommend approval of the final site plan and with just the inclusions of the report, Thank you.
And as stated, there's.
Is the sound system terrible tonight?
It's terrible.
I wonder if we could reboot it or something. I'm having a hard time understanding
I know.
people.
I'm too.
Well, he can hear this, so. maybe he can-
Rob's in the back. I wonder if we should do that.
Can you turn the volume up, or will there be feedback?
I'm not sure. Rob, you in there?
Coming back.
You ready?
Reboot.
Everybody, I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like everybody's muffled.
Every fourth word you can't hear.
Yeah. And it's everyone that's
Yeah,
speaking.
it's not just, no, it's
Half the words are muffled, so we're 1 for 4, Bob.
Do you want me to say the report again?
Yes, please.
Please, okay. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So far, so good.
Okay, so as I was saying, there's not significant utilities improvements for the site, as it's only a small building addition. But no water or sanitary services are provided, only a fire protection. Fire service 4-inch line will be provided from the existing 12-inch water main along the north side of the proposed building. Regarding the storm, they're going to be discharging to an existing detention system. They are proposing water quality improvements, and the building addition does not represent a change in overall imperviousness, but we will want them to confirm with Wayne County, as the site still triggers the rule of replacing more than half an acre of imperviousness. In addition, we will want them to confirm regarding the removal of the existing dumpster area, as it seems like it's not being replaced in the plans. We do not have further issues with the site, and we recommend approval of the final site plan just with the minor comments from the report.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
And as stated, the applicant has received the report from the fire department. They have no issues from a public safety perspective. The applicant is here.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Krista Amalio. I'm with Hillside Contracting. We appreciate the opportunity to present to the Planning Commissioning this evening the Magna Auto Systems 24,000 square foot clear span storage structure facility. The project itself does include the clear span structure, site drainage as mentioned, foundations, slab on grade. It will have electrical, HVAC, and fire protection. The storage structure facility will house overflow components that will be used and assembled inside the adjacent Magna facility. With me this evening to help address any questions or concerns, again, myself, I'm from Hillside. We have representatives from Magna Auto Systems and our civil engineer, Julian Wargo, from Zymet Walsniak. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Magna, and they're going to talk a little bit more about their company and their presence here in Plymouth Township.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Darren Grabowski. I work in the purchasing department at Magna. The basis of this project, I think you heard it mentioned, currently the way we operate as far as storage goes is we operate out of trailers in back of the building along the side. If any of you have done a site visit, we have a great deal of trailers surrounding the building. This was definitely something we inherited as my current general manager took over management in recent years. And he has a vision of kind of, for lack of a better term, lessening our footprint. We currently operate out of a third-party storage facility, and we kind of shuttle trailers back and forth at multiple shifts per day because we primarily, most of our production components are stored in that facility or in standalone trailers and back. This facility would also really allow us to clean up our current space that we occupy. We would see the elimination of the majority of those trailers. We do have trailers along the side of the building, along the western side as well. I do kind of simultaneously want to answer engineering's question about that dumpster. That dumpster that will be removed is not currently in use, that dumpster enclosure. All of our trash services are handled internally inside the building because we have a fairly robust recycling program as well. So some of those trailers are used for recycling of plastics, wooden pallets, plastic trays, scrap components. And handling all of that internally through dock doors and semi-trailers allows us to organize it and make sure we recycle at the highest rate that we can and separate our garbage accordingly into compactors that Waste Management currently handles.
Any questions so far? Comments or concerns?
Yeah, I had a comment. So Darren, thanks for coming. Very well spoken. I conducted a site visit. I was invited by the government regs coordinator for Magna Corp, who's sitting out there, Mr. Broderick. And there were 4 gentlemen. Darren was there, the construction manager, Mr. Broderick, and even the general manager. I think his name was Adam, who's in the back row there. You know, I've worked in an engine plant. I worked in a vehicle assembly plant. I've done supplier site visits, probably over 250 sites. And, you know, one of the best plant managers I ever had would always say, if you look messed up, you are messed up, right? So when I went in there, right, and I toured probably 50% of the facility, everything was done the right way, from a lean manufacturing setup to LED lights to where they put parts, right? And this site is probably 90% capacitized right now. By putting this bubble storage facility in the back where nobody can seize it, it removes the trailers that are parked on their access street that they use for storage. So it basically cleans things up visually. It improves the throughput of material on the inside. It allows them to capacitize this facility to 100%. And my sincere hope is they choose to stay in Plymouth Township and expand to an additional site in the MITC corridor down the road with these tariffs, because a lot of parts will be onshored here shortly. And the parts that are made in that facility are on my vehicle out in the parking lot. It's in Acadia, okay? They ship them to Lansing. So the footprint is less than an hour to get to where they're going to. Everything is right. And this is a $42 billion company that is actually good for Plymouth Township. And you know, they aren't tapping or using anything. Not one tree gets destroyed. They're not doing anything existing in the utilities. And the proactivity of what they're doing in sustainability, they're probably beyond the midpoint of most companies here on North American. So I was extremely impressed by what I saw. from top to bottom, and the questions that I had were asked and answered. So I'm a enthusiastic supporter of what they're asking for the planning commission.
Good. Anyone else? Okay, are we ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
To approve, PC number 2555 on 46600 Fort Street.
Subject to conditions in the,
Yeah.
plan? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Is there support? Support. Moved by Commissioner X and supported by Commissioner Boyd to approve application 2555 in compliance or reflective of the planner's report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Good luck to you. Thanks for your investment in the community. Appreciate it. Okay, next to application 2550, Oaks of Plymouth, formerly Crest Haven, and planner's report.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. This is a site development plan, which is another name for the site plan, for a cluster housing option that was approved late in 2024. This is the site of the former Jay's property that is west of Canton Center Road, south of Ann Arbor Road, and north of Joy Road. It directly abuts the Margate residential neighborhood, which is located to the north of this property. In 2024, the cluster housing option was approved for this site for 19 detached single-unit homes. So just as a reference, the cluster housing laid out the general layout of the site, the number of units, some preservation areas, where the site development plan, the stage that we are in now, gets more into the detail of the homes, the landscaping, the amenities, the dimensional standards. And this is followed by the master deed that must be provided by the applicant and the cluster housing agreement, which is finalized with the Board of Trustees. So moving through the review on page 2, one of the first criteria is site design, the zoning and use. So as stated, this is a residentially zoned property, the R1S, one family residential district, with the approved cluster housing overlay. That allows up to 19 single unit homes, which is what is provided on the plan. Note here that the applicant is seeking to establish a condominium association with their master deed and the cluster housing contract. The applicant has submitted those draft documents for legal review. And then the site consists of 2 parcels, which will be reconfigured as part of a lot split and combination. The applicant has applied and started that process, and those are under review. The newly created parcel that would be the resultant would be just for this development for the 19 homes, and that's just under 6.5 acres total. So both those 2 items, the legal documents and the lot combination, have been submitted and are under review, and can run concurrently with this process. In terms of site appearance and coordination, a lot of this was already identified during the cluster housing option, but the layout for each unit meets the dimensional standards in terms of the building envelope, the area which the future house and garage could be located on. And in some cases, the applicant has exceeded the minimum. So for instance, the side yard has a minimum of 5 for each lot. They're providing 6 for a total of 12 on any given lot. Criteria 3, preservation of site features. This was discussed at length during the cluster housing option. The tree survey identified 78 existing trees on and near the site. 71 of these are proposed to be removed due to the site layout, largely the detention area, but some related to just the poor condition of the trees. 7 are proposed to be preserved, and the applicant has provided sufficient replacement in their landscape plan, which we'll discuss landscaping in a few minutes. Number 4, impact on public services. The site is served by existing utilities, and there are some engineering items to be addressed, but we defer to the engineer for that portion. The Township Fire Marshal has approved the plans. Their review letter is enclosed. Criteria 5, vehicular access and circulation. So the interior roadway here that will connect to Canton Center Road does loop up north and connect into the Margate development, which was stubbed at the time of that residential construction, so that there always would be a continuous connection between these two subdivisions. The engineering report does detail some additional traffic calming measures for the applicant to provide in order to maybe improve some of the safety there along that bit of a curve at the north end of Balsam Drive where it connects into Margate. But those are things that could be added on to the plans and mitigated. In terms of pedestrian access and circulation, sidewalks are provided throughout the development, and this will also connect into the Margate development. They have provided several different crosswalks throughout their sub, and they're also proposing sidewalks along their Canton Center Road frontage, even though those, at the end of the resulting lot split, those properties will not be included. They are proposing to extend the sidewalk along that frontage. Criteria 7, emergency access. As I stated earlier, the fire marshal has issued approval. The fire lane circulation and access routes have been properly provided for. On page 4, criteria 8, landscaping, screening, and buffering. The table there details the requirements that apply to a residential subdivision. They do meet their street trees. A residential buffer screening wall is not required. However, as a condition of the cluster housing approval, there is a landscape buffer provided along the north property line, the west property line, and the south property line. And there is a preservation area in the northwest corner of the site. In terms of parking and loading, criteria number 9, the ordinance requires 2 parking spaces for every single unit dwelling. Each unit will have 2 indoor garage spaces as well as 2 spaces within the driveway for a total of 76 parking spaces. So this standard is met and obviously exceeded. Number 10, building design and architecture. This is where I think really warrants some additional conversation by the commission. Within your packet, the applicant has provided some sample elevations and floor plan drawings that show the general design and layout of the units. The homes do include a mixture of masonry and wood siding with shingled roofs. In general, the architectural design is reflective of nearby subdivisions, namely Margate, and they feature attached two-car garages. In a cluster housing development, there are some specific standards that we have listed on page 5 of our report. So As far as facade materials, a minimum of 40% of the exterior vertical surface of the building facades must be furnished with brick, stone, or similar decorative masonry materials that are found acceptable to the commission. And then other architectural elements that increase the architectural variety, interest, and reduce monotony in building design may also be required by the commission. So this could include variation in the location and design of building entries, garage door orientations, porches, window openings, roof design, and building materials. The application states that the first floor of each housing unit will consist of masonry that will meet that 40% requirement. However, masonry is not proposed to be on the second floors of any of the units. We note that the commission must determine if this level of detail is sufficient to move forward, understanding that these are going to be custom homes that will be designed by Pulte Homes once the lot is purchased by a future resident. We still recommend that some additional clarification and design parameters be placed on what these homes will eventually look like. So almost getting closer to a pattern book almost of what the homes might look like, even if Model A is going to be slightly different in the finished product than what is being suggested today. So starting on page 5, we offer a number of suggestions for where the applicant could perhaps provide some additional parameters so that the township has more certainty as to what's being approved and what will be constructed in the future. So the first recommendation is that the applicant clarify the masonry coverage compliance. This could just be a simple material schedule to show that it will meet the 40% minimum masonry coverage per facade, so not just overall, so not overloading the front facade, but then the remaining sides and rear of the home are siding, so making sure that there's uniformity wrapping around the building. Providing a percentage breakdown on a sample facade drawing would ensure that this percentage is met. To increase architectural variety across the units, there's a couple different options that the applicant could provide. They could commit to a minimum number of unique front elevation designs, so at least 2 distinct styles for every 5 or 6 units. They could provide varied roof lines, porch types, and entryway treatments, and also commit to variation in garage door placement. So maybe that's a side-loaded garage on 1 or 2 of the units. The third option is to expand the material palette. So to be more precise on the accent materials and what will be acceptable for the second story. We would like to avoid large expanses of uninterrupted siding on the upper levels, especially on the side facades. The fourth recommendation is for the garage design guidelines. So ensuring that the garage doors or any windows are given some additional detailing. Staggered garage placement or the side-loaded garages would also reduce the garage forward appearance across the development. And lastly, there's an opportunity with the porch and entryway features. The applicant could detail that all units contain front porches, covered entries, or porticos that are functional, so at least 6 feet in depth, or the percentage of the units provide those rather than just a decorative standard front porch. Lastly, we note in the report that there is a limestone sign that's proposed at the entryway and a mailbox kiosk, and no additional outdoor street lighting is proposed aside from the building mounted lighting that would be accent. So our review concludes on page 7 with a recommendation to grant preliminary site development plan approval, contingent on a couple items that would be addressed in final review. The first is the name of the development. So we haven't spoken about this yet, but when the project originally came before the commission, it was proposed as Crest Haven, which is also the development name of another sub in the township. So that development name is not applicable, and the applicant has proposed the Oaks of Plymouth, recommending that that name be found acceptable to the Planning Commission, or a different name, maybe something that speaks more to the agricultural heritage that this property was used for, but that's something ultimately up to your purview. The second condition to address before final review would be refinement of the architectural design standards that we just discussed, to provide some more clarity and certainty to the township and what you can expect to see developed there. And then lastly, some additional details on the Pocket Park area and its amenities. This was briefly shown on the landscape plan with a couple benches in that front area, but some additional information on how usable that area might be, we believe should be discussed. So I'm happy to answer any questions this evening. Thank you.
Laura, I had one right off the bat. Number 2 up there says refinement of the architect's design standards for each unit as described in number 8. I believe, shouldn't that be number 10 instead?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And the engineering report?
Yes. Good evening. We received the site plan submitted for the cluster housing development prepared by, can you hear me? No?
No, it doesn't seem like it's on. No, now it is when you hit it.
If I'm too
Yeah, put a
close,
little
then it doesn't
closer.
sound
A little
good. Is that better?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Sorry about that. Okay, sorry. So, we have received the site plan submittal for the cluster housing development prepared by Simit Bosniak and is dated May 16 of 2025. Our letter is dated April 10th of 2025, and the following are site plan review comments. There's currently a land combination application. We did a review for it, and comments were sent. We haven't received revisions, so that's still remaining. We would like not to see landscape within the utility easements, but we understand sometimes that's not possible, but we would like it to see approved by the planning department, unless they can change some of that. Water service will be provided by an 8-inch extension from the existing 12-inch water main along the east side of North Canton Center Road, and 3 additional hydrants are proposed on site. We don't have concerns with the proposed layout, except we would like the water main easement shown on the plans. It's currently shown as a utility and road easement, and the township nowadays would like the easements to be separate, one for the utilities and one for the private roadway. Regarding the sanitary, this will be provided by 8-inch extension from the existing 12-inch. That will go through an existing easement. All public sanitary sewer will need to be accompanied by a 20-foot easement, so we will also want that easement shown in the plans. The storm drainage, stormwater runoff is to be captured by catch basins and drained to a proposed detention basin or forebay on the east side of the site with a pump and outlet to a ditch along the Canton Center Road right-of-way. It is anticipated that a maintenance access drive from the road to the pond and as well as around the pond will be required by Wayne County. This is not really clearly shown in the plans, and we would like it to be shown this might impact the landscape plan. Review and approval will be required from Wayne County Department of Public Services to confirm that the detention basin and pretreatment meet their current requirements. Downstream drainage ditch improvements might be required during construction. Plan review to mitigate potential drainage issues. And there needs to be a minimum of 10 feet between the proposed storm and adjacent homes. This affects unit 17 and 19. Regarding the paving, we recommend additional traffic calming and safety measures near the tight radius of the S-curve on Balsam Drive to ensure public safety. These measures can include reduced speed limit signs and speed bumps. Additional measures will be considered and might be submitted to us for further review and approval. Dust control measures, including a maintenance schedule, will be required in the CHO agreement for the existing gravel pavement along Cantor Center Road continuing southerly to Joy Road. And we will also like to see in the plans a note stating that all construction traffic must use Cantor Center Road. The adjacent Margate development is prohibited from all construction traffic. We recommend approval of the tentative site plan, and we would like all our comments noted in the letter and the planning department, plus any planning commission notes to be addressed prior to final site plan approval. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. And we've received the report from the fire department. The applicant here?
Hello, members of Planning Commission. Leo Gonzalez with Phoenix Management Holdings, Roman numeral 2. I also have in attendance this evening Adam Reed and Brooks Cowan of Pulte Homes. We've brought some materials, and if I may, I'd like to pass out some pictures of the elevations that of homes that are similar that were planned for this project. These all coordinate. These all coordinate with the architectural plans that were submitted with the site plan package.
Thank you. Thank you.
So a little history on this project. When we were determining the product mix, as we further evaluated the market, it became very apparent that, there's a group of potential homeowners out there that would like a master bedroom on the first floor. Not necessarily an empty nester product, maybe someone that just have some aging children that are still in high school that want a master bedroom on the first floor. So we introduced the home that you see there. It's the second one in. I think it's called the Abbeville. And so to offer another product mix. There's 19 lots, and this will be offered on various lots throughout the development. We kind of also evaluated the elevations, and Pulte has a breadth of product, and I'm going to defer to the specifics to the other gentleman of Pulte to get into it more with the Planning Commission and share some information. But so they can pull from all of these successful subdivisions they had and kind of pull with their customers, what they like and what they didn't like. So a lot of what you see is a proven product, where customers have shown them time and time again, we like a smaller porch, but a nicer, more accented garage, as you'll see in some of those. In some cases, you see a product that has a larger porch with a more, I'll call it, for lack of a better term, substantial masonry columns across the front porch. And in some cases, you'll see where it has more than one arch over the windows. I think it was brought up that, the township likes to see windows over top the garages kind of break up the monotony of these garages. You'll see in some of those pictures where you actually have windows over the garages. All of these elements kind of make up to the uniqueness of these communities. and reduces the the repetitiveness, if you would, of these neighborhoods. It also serves a very important point that everybody gets to distinctly kind of design their type of home. Now, when you take those elevations and then you offer the variety of color patterns, brick, siding, masonry, and peaks and different designs in the roof lines, this just all adds to the complement of these neighborhoods. So that's what we've attempted to do. We did submit a set of architectural drawings these are pretty true to form with these pictures that you see here that we've taken of that product in other neighborhoods. But the customer will still have going forward, and to the point of the planner, these will be customized for this neighborhood. We'll have a basis that you see here. Architectural plans will follow along with that basis. But the design features of the color and the masonry can be can vary throughout the product. Now, there'll be some conditions to that, and I'll let the folks from Pulte kind of give you some information on that. Some of the other comments before I turn it over to them regarding the engineering, we'll pick up all the comments that they had in engineering and final. We're actually moving along with final engineering. We did get our first set of comments from Wayne County already, so we're going through them, their comments, and going to respond back to them with updated plans. The percentage of breakdown, siding, and that, we'll put together those calculations for final. They're gonna have to be on a case-by-case basis, only because every elevation has kind of a unique set of masonry versus siding. Now, certainly, we are gonna do 40% minimum on these homes, as required of masonry or brick products. The ranch, do the part that it's a single-story product, is probably going to exceed that amount. So with that said, comments from the planner as well as the engineer, I'll turn it over to the Pulte.
Thank you, Leo. Hi, good evening. My name's Adam Reed. Work on the land team for Pulte Homes of Michigan. As Leo had mentioned, I think something that we want to focus on is the diversity we're going to be offering for these 19 different lots, and to stay away from the monotony of cookie cutter homes that look exactly the same. So we have, a plethora of siding options as far as vinyl, and then 4 to 5 different colors of brick, as well as 4 to 5 different offerings for stone for the facades. As far as, going back to this anti-monotony policy, Pulte actually has an internal policy that we cannot put the same elevations from home to home as far as color boards, and making sure that, these elevations look different, not only from one home to the next, but also across the street. So while 2 homes may have the same floor plan next to one another, they're not going to have the same, front elevations and color and so forth.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
I should have had, as part of this presentation this evening, we brought a fair amount of brick samples.
I do.
You can't see them.
I'm happy to hand around the vinyl. The brick is probably pretty heavy to hand from commissioner to commissioner, but.
Is that fine?
Sure. So this first one is supposed like a limestone look, is that what you're striving for?
Stone fronted versus traditional masonry.
Okay.
There is one darker brick option that we offer, and then along with a darker stone option as well. But I think that this gives, fair representation of the stone and the brick offerings that we have. In that color panel, I brought 3 there's going to be a lot more of than three, diversification offerings as far as the color boards go.
What is 5 and 30? Are those bricks or what are? They look different. The Dow Web 5 and 30.
Those are shingles.
Oh, those are the shingles. Oh, okay.
We haven't talked too much about shingles, but shingles certainly break out the look of the home. So you've got a dimensional shingle. We haven't talked too much about shingles, but in as much as there's different products of stone and brick, different products of shingles, dimensional, lighter color, darker color. Great way to offset the look from one home to another. And clearly, it's worth repeating, gives a customer ability to personalize. Be a part of that.
Okay.
So, great variety of stones, some thicker stones, some not as thick stone. You've seen in some of those products, you see some stone at the columns of the porches. In the ranch model, you've seen the stone on the brick ledge. That's the second one in the Abbeville. You could put that stone on a colonial. So, it really kind of lends, these products lend the ability to each home to make a statement for the community.
Okay. I'm a little confused because when I looked at the plans that were given to us, I didn't see a 1.5 story. I saw a ranch.
It is one story. No, it's, the Abbeville is one story.
Yeah, I'd have to pull the whole thing out to look at it again.
In some cases, we do have a 1.5 story that's a master bedroom on the first floor with 2 bonus rooms upstairs. Sometimes it's a bedroom, sometimes it's a bonus room.
Is there a bathroom up there?
It would be a bathroom up there as well. Great for maybe visiting friends that are coming, for the weekend, or for kids that come home during the holidays. This Abbeville that you see here just shows a single story, but the roof line doesn't change too much. You'll see a couple more windows at the top of it.
None of these have walkouts, right?
Walkout?
Yeah.
None.
flat.
Yeah, it's not flat.
None.
It's a
You
farm.
know,
Right,
it's a
yeah.
pretty flat site, and I won't even go off on the edge and say that we're gonna have a daylight. It's, unfortunately, in some cases, bigger properties, you can create that, because you got dirt to move around, and you can, not to get into details too much, but you can use some of that excess dirt in areas to create some daylights, but this is not one of those sites. It's gonna have a great backdrop, a great pocket park, great transition between us and the neighborhood to the north with the amenity of the natural park area that they've created on we call it the preserve area. So, and the buffer around this is very unique because that buffer is controlled by the association and maintained by the association. So you got some continuity of that being taken care of year after year, goes into the HOA, make sure there's funding for the maintenance for years to come.
Okay, so what I thought was the ranch here, I saw a note on the plan that said there was a room that said HVAC. So I'm thinking that plan was lifted from one of the Pulte communities that are not in this area. They're probably somewhere down south where there's no basements.
Yeah, I mean,
Abbeville?
I'm not familiar with a, second story HVAC system in an
Yeah, no, it wasn't a second story. It's one of these other ones, which I hate to take the whole thing apart. And what is the PPC?
Wanted to know that too.
That's on the plan too.
Yeah, on a number of your plans, you have a room called a PPC. I don't know if it looked like it might be a laundry, but I couldn't tell for sure. Is that
I'm not sure.
Well, maybe you could look it up. It was to me, it was like a laundry room possibly.
Yeah,
I don't know. I Googled it, what it stands for, but there's different definitions of PPC, so maybe when you can come back, you can tell us what that is.
Good question. We'll have the answer when we come back.
Okay. On these building materials, are any of the building materials, are you offering hardy board or a similar type product?
You know, I'm not sure. I believe we are, but I'm gonna double check and circle back.
Okay. And also on the, on the site plan itself, there's a little area on the northeast corner, and it has gravel access. So what's that all about?
Northeast corner, that's gonna be your access drive
In gravel?
to the, hold on, northeast corner, could you point it out, Mr. Sobolski? Is it the?
Well, I'd have to pull the plan out. It's up near where, up in the north, no,
I think
the
I know what it
northeast,
is.
right there, in the upper right-hand
Yeah.
corner.
I-
No,
I-
not down where that other existing house is.
Yeah.
Go.
That's
That's
gonna be
it.
your
That's it.
access drive to the stormwater, to the detention pond. So if they have to get a vac-all in there and back it up and clean up that 4-bay system, that's the access road.
So instead of gravel, could you use the, sort of the bricks that have the holes in it and, the grass grows up, we use it for emergency
Wanna make
access
sure-
for a fire?
It's a big truck with a lot of weight. I want to make sure with this inclement weather, the fluctuations, it doesn't happen, you don't clean those out that often, they do get cleaned out.
Well, something to think about,
I'm gonna I'll
Okay.
put down a note, we'll talk, that comes out of engineering, and we'll get
Okay.
an explanation for you on that.
Okay. And the mailbox, if it was on the plan, I didn't catch it, but what is where you're gonna have the central mailbox station, I'll call it? What material will that be made out of? It's just the boxes, or how's that gonna be?
Yeah, typically metal boxes.
They're just metal boxes? Okay, because I know in some other developments, they have the traditional little metal box, like many individual homes have. But then they surround it with wood and it falls apart, then it's on the association to, yeah. In fact, they took it all out and rebuilt the whole thing that was a little better building material. So just be cautious on what material you use for the metal boxes. If it's just I've seen them where they're just a pole and then you have the, sort of like what you might see in a post office. On the sign detail, is that going to be lit, the sign?
I gotta look at that. I know we're doing it out of the limestone as we discussed. We're gonna have, let us come back to you on that in the final detail, because I wanna see what we're doing underground there that we would have power, because we'd obviously have to light it through power. Today with solar.
Yeah, that doesn't work. I can tell you that right now, it doesn't work, because you look at Village Manor, they have solar lights. In the dark of winter, it's not lit. So consider that. The Farmer J plaque, so all you're gonna do is have a plaque like on a stone that you just sit there in memory of Farmer J, or that's it?
Yeah, I think we'll, put some element on there, maybe a tractor that he's, is known as a working farm for all these years.
You might, if we're looking at other names, we're gonna have more discussion about the name.
Yeah, let's talk
Plymouth
about-
Farms might be a good name for it. Plymouth Farms.
And that's, now that you brought it up, we brought up Plymouth, the Oaks of Plymouth, and then I suggested we add TWP, because we don't want to necessarily pay homage to Plymouth, not that we have anything, because we're in the township. So we got the Oaks of Plymouth TWP, but Plymouth Farms, why don't we take back that marketing and
Yeah,
see? That's Plymouth Farms.
As they run it up the flagpole and see who salutes.
Okay.
How about the Bob?
The what?
The Bob.
The what?
The B.O.B.
The B.O.B.
And I
Okay.
noticed on one
Or
of
Farmer
my,
Bob, right?
This is my last one.
Go ahead.
So I noticed on one of the street trees, you have tulip trees. You know, those tulip trees can get 4 to 6 feet in diameter, so I'm presuming there's enough space so this tree will grow and not rear up a sidewalk or
Yeah.
do other damage.
Brian, you know, I defer to him. He's always, actually, when we were designing that buffer between the neighbors, you know, I had more stuff in there. He says, you know, there's not enough room for this stuff all to grow in the future. So I'm sure he's picked something out that will be, will have make a statement, but yet have some longevity to it because it's got some room to grow.
Yeah, we want them to survive and not cause damage to what's there. I have a few more, but I'll defer to the other commissioners if you have other questions, concerns.
Yeah, Laura, if I'm understanding this on the brick materials, normally we require 40% minimum masonry over the entire home. What they're proposing here is only 40% on the first floor, so therefore the total is substantially less than 40%, if I'm interpreting you correctly.
Correct.
Okay. Have we made an exception like that, either in Margate or any other recent subdivision that we've done here?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I struggle with that. You should, particularly given all of the other exceptions we've made on this project to the benefit of the developer, I believe you need to retain that 40% masonry maximum on the overall, not just the first floor. That's just my own view.
Yeah, I would agree with that, perhaps on the front of the building. You know, I think they need to increase it or bring it up. Is that it? Okay.
I mean, on the back and the side, is it, what, you have that little bit at the bottom and then the rest is just siding then?
Bring it up to a brick ledge.
Yeah.
18 inches, 24. But then I've seen it go up to 3 feet in some neighborhoods.
This is something that we've had in Plymouth Township for a long time, and I don't believe there's justification for an exception myself.
All right.
I know you're chomping at the bit.
I agree with Commissioner Boyd 100%, right? 40% of the first floor is not sufficient, right? An absolute minimum, the entire front, both sides, because that's what's visible to the road. What you guys decide to do in the back, right? Maybe that's where you knock it down to 3 foot, but that's up to you, but that's just not the character of Plymouth Township for what we see here. And you guys are a very good name, a good builder, and I understand, you know, two units can't be like, right? So Pulte's rules and guidelines, I think, are good, but this is just the first thing you see, right? So I would strongly suggest you guys do better on the brick. Parking, overflow, you know, the driveway depth is not that much. I live in a condo complex. There's no overflow parking. When you hit Thanksgiving, Easter, Christmas, you're gonna have cars all over the street. I don't know how anyone's gonna get in anybody's condo that's there. So I strongly suggest you guys look at an asphalt paved area somewhere near the front and in that back corner, if it's possible, because you will have units that are parked there. You're gonna have some families that actually have 6 vehicles, believe it or not, that exist in this day and age. And there's room. I circled the area here, right? Here and here, right, just to try and plant the seed for you, and where you could put it, right, in the front here, and in that back corner there, if it's possible. And we're supposed to be the planning guys that have the vision for the long term, and I just don't want people paying what the gentleman told us back at the January 14th meeting, close to $800,000 for these units and not having the overflow parking. It should be in there. And the trees, the oaks, right? I didn't see the oaks plotted on here, you know, going from 78 to 7, that's a 90% reduction. I'd sure love to see what the plan is to put oak trees in there, if you call it oaks, right? Whatever you want to do, please show the plan to refurbish those 71. Yeah, some are poor. I appreciate the fact that it's very detailed, right, on which trees are made from what, but some of those trees are over 20 inches in diameter, right? And they have to be cleared for the retention basin, but man, it'd be nice to see you guys refurbish with good quality trees.
Okay.
So.
Anything else, Dave? You have anything at that end, or?
Yeah, real quickly, you know,
You guys did an awesome job, I think. You know, you guys have gone well beyond a lot of our recommendations that we receive from the citizens, and we passed them on to you, and you guys really seem to have stepped up to the plate. My question is more than just about the development. Is this one of the first times that Pulte is really doing what seems to be almost a custom home? Because it's totally different than what Pulte has done in the past, and it seems like you guys are going way farther than you have ever, at least saying the Pulte subs I'm aware of.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, diversification and custom, you know, getting back to being a custom home builder. There's a good example in Northville, Ballantyne, where you'll see diversity in every single home, and really just set, you know, it's a tighter market out there for home builders right now. It's being competitive, and you have to set yourself apart.
It's nice to see that you guys are stepping in that direction, so.
Anything on this end from anyone?
No, quiet down here.
Okay.
So I just had a question. So by custom, you mean people can make rooms bigger or smaller or something? Or what do you mean? Or you just pick the siding and brick?
As a PVP room or bonus rooms, there is some flexibility as far as you know, the layout of your home.
So what were you planning on the pocket park? Let's talk about the pocket park.
So if you remember our discussion about this pocket park, that we wanted it, because we already have a reserve area for plantings of quality trees, quality flowers back in the northwest corner of this. That's not considered to be a passive area, just a wooded area with these plantings. The pocket park, we really wanted an active passive area. So we've got an area that you can throw a football, throw a soccer, play a decent soccer game, line it with the details that you've shown here, that we've shown there, allow a picnic bench there, some brick pavers, so now you got a gathering area. Kids can have their friends come over, use the park. So the idea of, you know, adding more trees to the park in the middle was meant to be a passive area. I want to get the kids out of their backyard and into this area because they feel it's something that they can do. You know, it's a meaningful space. If you notice, we got a nice transition of hedge bushes from there to the entrance, a pretty good distance as well, because obviously we don't want the kids to go off into the street as the entrance, you know, as cars are coming and going in this site. There is a fair amount of trees on the south side, fair amount of hedges on the east side of the park, and then a nice transition of trees and hedges to the east of the ranch that's there. So it is, you know, it's enclosed, if you would, with this quality greenery, which we've spelled out in pretty good detail, and I think we went through a few evolutions of it. I think at one time it probably consisted of more trees in the middle, and I felt that it kind of, you know, if we're gonna really do something that the neighborhood can use, then we gotta give them something that they can use, and having a little bit more open area. But I don't think, I can tell you, the amount of trees they end up putting on this thing and bushes were greater than what we initially had anticipated, because they still wanted it to be well accented. You know, we'll do some sort of brickscape underneath the bench, park bench. It'll be easy access to people coming in to the site. Probably have an area where, you know, you could come in off the sidewalk and not have to go all the way up to the picnic bench area. So having easy access if the kids are coming from the neighborhood, from Margate to the north. We have to look at that, because I want to make that, I want to make it comfortable, not just for people in the neighborhood, but kids want to use that area.
Do you know about how big that area is?
It's almost 80 by 200. Let's see, that house is,
15,000.
the 164.
That would be 1/4 of an acre.
Yeah. 164 without the right-of-way.
And will that be irrigated?
Yeah. Yeah. We have to figure where we want to put that plaque to, so it's visible. I think it might have more meaning to put the plaque further up by the sidewalk, so people coming and going, rather than have it buried in the, back by the picnic bench.
Dennis, I had one more thing.
Yeah, go
if I could
ahead.
add. Your suggestion and comment, let me get my mic back on here, sorry, just trying not to
Yeah.
crinkle noise here. The gravel road that runs east-west, that's the last thing you want to see from Canton Center. It's probably the last thing you want for people to ride mini bikes and go tooling around back there, right? So I like the thought on the green space here. I just want to associate you guys, make the suggestion, get your access going in this way to the detention pond, right? So you don't see it from the road, right? That provides a space to get back there. It's a shorter distance, number one, and it won't be unsightly from the road, number two. That's all.
Thanks for looking that up. And I have a question that has been concerning me for a while. So when you set up the HOA, that's being reviewed by the attorney?
I'm sorry?
The HOA? No, I'm directing it to Leo.
I will, in this case, will use Pulte's HOA documents that they typically use with the other neighborhood. They're gonna inherit that. So
Okay.
they'll
So-
set it up, and I'll let Adam, I'll defer to him on this, but typically my experience is, they run the HOA up until about 70 or 80% before they turn it over.
And so the fees, how are those initially determined?
Well, you figure out your snow removal, just like anything else, you'd have the landscape company come out, say, here's my landscape plan, give me a bid for lawn cutting, fertilizing, plantings in the spring, maybe some element of decorations in the winter for the holidays. And you get a budget number there. You'd get a budget number for the snow removal, calculate it, and you establish the fees based upon that.
Okay, well, here's the point I'm really driving at.
Go ahead.
Has there ever been any thought given, or is this something that the residents would determine, that they establish a reserve fund for when these streets need to be maintained?
Replaced or maintained. I'm going to defer to Adam on that, on the reserve funds.
Yeah, I mean, there are certainly structured reserves for maintaining the roads. I don't know as far as, road replacement, what that would, drive HOA costs to. It's certainly something that we can talk about.
Yeah, I wouldn't, because I know one subdivision that has done that, and I'm not sure how they came up with the number. I think they just want some kind of reserve if part of the road sinks or whatever. And then when it's time to replace it, because they're having asphalt, so you'll probably grind it down and put a new layer on top. It may not cover the whole thing, costs continue to rise, but at least it would be, over the years, the homeowners would have paid, hopefully a fair amount of money that would reduce the burden when if they decide to put on a special assessment district. Because I've noticed that we're getting to the point that there's a lot of subdivision roads that really need repair, and people are
May not have that.
stretched, and so it's something for you to consider.
Certainly.
I have a question for you. Can you guess what percentage of your materials are manufactured in the United States, and whether the tariffs are going to really impact your ability to deliver this
The
product?
$1 million question, right? I can't give you a straight answer on where we're importing from. Lumber, obviously with some concerns there, but we're not, I'm not in a position certainly to comment on how tariffs are going to affect home pricing.
Oh, come on, you can tell them.
I cannot.
This is your chance to get a job in Washington. You have all the answers.
I'm fine waiting for it.
Are you going to have one or two model homes Are you going to have one or two model homes to start off the subdivision?
I believe it's going to be two. You know, we're offering 5 different offerings here, and that's not, I'd say, typical for a 19-home development. So we are going to have to get a little creative on showing our potential buyers, you know,
The
a
other
full
rooms.
gambit of the 5 offerings, from a ranch, which is, you know, maybe 1,600 square feet, all the way up to our Waverly, which is a 3,200 square foot home. It's a pretty large delta.
I do compliment you on your floor plans. You've gotten very creative and.
The PPC is the Pulte Planning Center.
So those must have been the plans for
It's a bonus area for work at home, you know, for a kid to do homework, something like this.
Your modern day media set.
Okay.
So on the garage, you know, the placement of the garages, is there an opportunity perhaps on the corners of the layout where a side, because you're not going to have enough room on these size lots, but where there's a corner, would that work or not work?
On a 60-foot lot, you know, we just don't have the space. By the time that we're talking, you know, if these were 85-foot lots, that's when I typically look at a side entry or corner entry or something like this, but it's just with 60 feet, the constraints are significant.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to get it out there.
Have you guys, I'm just curious what the approximate price point is.
Yeah, so, you know, for the Abbeville, the smaller ranch, the base home price is likely generally going to be in the low 5s, all the way up to, you know, you're looking at low 6s for the Waverly, and then delivered home prices, probably high 5s, and then for the larger 3,200 square foot homes, you're going to be looking into the 7s, you know, by the time that optionality is factored in, and
Well,
you know,
people
so on and
might
so forth.
opt for upgrades on fixtures.
Sure,
And
right, and that's where, you know, base pricing, hey, this is, you know, what we can provide for X amount, and optionality can kind of drive that average sale price up and get to that 700 number.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so I think we're ready for a motion, but let's just review what should be in this motion. So, let me look and see.
Is it
So
relates?
Bill, you had some comments on trees?
Yeah, I did.
Can you just repeat that so
Yeah.
that we make sure we get it
Sure,
right?
there's 78 in there. They're only going to live 7. There is a plan of putting trees in there, but the point I was trying to make, and maybe I didn't make it subtly enough, was it isn't 71 additional trees going in. It's significantly less. So if they can squeeze in additional trees in the back lot lines, I would strongly suggest that, because one of the 7 people that sit on the Board of Trustees backs up to this complex.
I know, and we approached everybody in the neighborhood. And if I might add to the benefit, for how this landscape plan came about, we walked the entire neighborhood on 2 different occasions. We looked at everybody's existing trees, and then what we wanted to do is add, in some cases, we had deciduous, in some cases ornamental, some cases evergreens. So on each particular lot, we looked at their trees and said, what would you like to see behind yours as a complement? So we added as many as we could, so that when they do grow up in that 10-foot buffer and 20-foot buffer, that it'll be a complement to what was already in the existing yards adjacent there, but also be, you know, a nice complement to the overall development. So we've looked at that very carefully. We did add more, and then in some cases, the more was in conflict with the ones that were adjacent to the homeowners that we were building next to. And then we did, of course, when we updated these plans, we made sure everybody had the landscape plan, passed it out, send an email. If they wanted to talk, we went and talked about it. So we've really carefully looked at that. And then we kind of accented that preserve area. That's been going around. We did more wildflowers. We always had a fair amount of deciduous trees in there, but added more wildflowers to have something a little bit more unique than just a hardwood green, you know, evergreen area, if you would. So I think we have carefully, but certainly we would go back and look at it, maybe ask the neighborhood again, hey, here's what we're gonna have going forward, and between now and then, get some feedback on what other trees that they might wanna swap out compared to what they have, and bring those comments back, or make those changes and bring them back.
Okay. I just wasn't clear on the quantity you're putting in, right?
I'm sorry?
I was not clear on the quantity that you're putting in, or the locations, looking at the drawings, but if
Oh.
you've talked to the neighbors,
No,
great.
we
I'm
have.
glad you got their
Yeah,
input.
we have a landscape plan with, and those are specific trees of how many. Some cases, the adjacent neighbor to the north, we had X amount of pines and we added like 4 more because we just felt, as we looked at it further, there needed to be some more evergreens. Well, he actually picked out spruce because he liked that product better. So we've been very, I think, the neighborhood's been very cooperative and working with us and giving us that feedback, and I think that's reflective of the plan that you see now.
And commissioners have any other suggestions for a name for them to consider? Okay.
Have a competition.
A naming competition.
A naming competition. Well, you gave me mine, so just
Free
see
house,
what.
whoever wins.
Specifically on recommendation number 2 on Laura's summary, I think that we should call out specifically a minimum of 40% of the exterior vertical surface of the principal building facades shall be finished with brick, stone, or similar decorative masonry materials approved by the planning commission. That's the wording from the top of page 5.
Okay. How did she end this?
Under facade materials.
Yeah, I found that. I'm just trying to outline what the motion might look like.
Yeah. I think we could just say refinement of the architectural design standards in each unit as detailed in number 10 and specifically as defined on facade materials.
And I'd
on
like
page
the
5.
detail of the, oh, okay. And I'd like a little more detail on the mailbox stations.
Yeah.
The gravel access, what Bill had suggested about some relocation, but also to see if there's another material other than gravel. I mentioned the blocks that the grass grows up to see if that's.
Detention pond access.
Right,
We'll look at that.
if that's an appropriate solution. And you mentioned the brick. And then you might want to look at also these materials, I think we're all in agreement, they look good. You might want to consider if hardy board is going to be an option. I'm sure it is at a price. And did I mention the lighting of the sign? I'm not sure if I mentioned that.
Mention that.
Okay.
Someone did, yeah.
Okay. Anything else from anybody? Okay, then, all set. So who's going to make this motion?
So what are the next steps after this?
Final.
Final site plan?
Yeah.
Okay. And when will that come back approximately?
The goal is we've been going along, working on these final engineering drawings, kind of wanted to get our feedback from Wayne County before we jumped ahead and finished up the drawings. We've got that back, we know what they're looking for now. The goal is to be back before you in June.
Okay.
Goal is hit the May meeting, be back in June with the hopes of going on to the board thereafter. Because under that scenario, with the final, we got to go on the board with the cluster housing agreement.
So you're thinking, if you get all these approvals, then you're thinking of starting in the fall or
They
spring?
would love to start in the fall,
Yeah.
time permitting. Well,
The
weather
weather.
permitting.
Okay.
If I may, and I don't want to interrupt the motion, but I want to get a clarification because you are going to go on record with it. The 40% you're referring to is under item 5 of facade materials, correct?
It's on page 5 of the planner's report.
Right.
Up at the top, it's the second, actually, it's the first bullet point,
Yeah.
facade materials.
Item
On the
10, Article
screen.
22,
Okay,
first bullet point.
okay,
It's on the screen.
yeah.
Oh, thank
All
you,
right.
Bob.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Did you need any other clarification?
That's it.
Okay. Okay, well, we're ready for a motion.
I recommend based on compliance with Township Zoning Ordinance Preliminary Site Development Plan Approval for PC number 2550, the residential neighborhood of 19 units, contingent that the final review and approval will detail the following: one, final name of development, one that is acceptable to the Planning Commission. Two, refinement of the architectural design standards for each unit is detailed in number 10 of the planner's report and specifically defined on page 5 with facade materials. Additional details on the pocket part and its amenities, and then the additional points as raised by Chairman Sobolski a few minutes ago.
I'll just insert it.
Articulate
So,
those,
yeah,
okay.
the mailbox detail, lighting of the subdivision sign, consideration of other materials for gravel access to the detention pond.
Okay.
All right. Okay, so moved by Commissioner Boyd. Who would like to, okay. Supported by Commissioner Pop. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you all for your
luck.
comments. We
Okay.
look forward to furthering this process with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
Dennis?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is an appropriate time. I have a question about 40%. Is that just based on new developments, or is that on individual
I
homes?
think we've had that standard, haven't we? Sure. Yeah.
But is that, what I'm saying is if a builder comes in to the building department, is he required, if he's building a single home, is he required to meet that 40%?
No.
So it's just new developments, that's when it's, okay, good, thanks.
Okay. All right. Moving on to application 2493, Al Car Wash, and the planner's report.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Sobolski. This application for 4700 Ann Arbor Road is the conditional rezoning request for the ARC, the Ann Arbor Road Corridor District. It's currently zoned the OS ARC Office Services Ann Arbor Road Corridor District. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on this application at the March 26th meeting. And the applicant was instructed to clarify their voluntary conditions that are listed in their letter to the township, and they have done so. The revised statement of voluntary conditions is dated April 8th, and I'll run through some of the updates to their letter as it pertains to addressing the comments that they heard at the public hearing. So this is, I'm reading from their statement of voluntary conditions dated April 8th, yes. This is
Do you know
available
what
on,
page that's on in the packet?
it's not, it's in the current projects page,
Oh, it's in the current projects?
yes. Yep, the first one, yep. Okay, I am on page 4. These are the conditions that the applicant states that are being offered for the rezoning that have been added to since this application was reviewed last. The first is that they refine the language to state that they are excluding all other principal, permitted, and special land uses that are offered for the ARC district except for an auto wash facility. So that is providing the township with certainty that under this application, The car wash is the only use proposed. They're not going to turn around in a year and propose a Chick-fil-A drive-through. The second is that they will construct an auto wash on the property in accordance with the revised concept plan dated April 2nd. The important thing to note from this concept plan is how they've addressed their lighting. So this would be carried through during their special land use and site plan review. They have reduced the light pole heights at the north of the property to 12 feet in height, where 20 is the maximum height allowed. They've reduced it to 12. And they've removed building mounted lighting from that north facade, and there's also no signage on the north facade. So there's no additional building mounted lighting or signage that faces the residential district. They've clarified that the hours of operation for the auto wash will be between 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. only. They have agreed to provide a noise study. They have agreed to resurface the private access drive that leads out to Haggerty Road. And they have agreed to provide a traffic study at the time of their special land use and site plan submission. They've also quantified the landscaping. This is on page 5. Yes, they've quantified the landscaping along the northern property line. And then we note in our review, on page 4, regarding the landscaping, 2 items have changed here that exceed the minimum ordinance requirements. So these are 2 additional areas where they've gone above and beyond what's required for a standard application. They have provided in their conditional rezoning letter that they will repair the existing masonry wall to the north as requested by adjacent property owners if repair is necessary. And in terms of the interior parking lot landscaping, based on their number of parking spaces and service area, only 500 square feet is required by ordinance. They are providing over 3,000 square feet. So there's additional green space provided, which they have indicated they are interested in exploring a rain garden on that eastern green belt. So with the clarification of those items that they have voluntarily offered in their conditional review letter, we have slightly updated our recommendation, which is on page 7 of our review letter. As a conditional rezoning, the Planning Commission has several motions available. A motion of approval to the Board of Trustees, who is the ultimate authority on a rezoning, recommendation of denial, or to table the application. Based on the revised application and conditions, we are recommending that the conditional rezoning be recommended for approval to the Board of Trustees based on several findings of fact. First, when compared to a straight rezoning to the ARC district, because this is a conditional rezoning and the applicant has voluntarily offered to limit the uses on the site to such an extent as how they have proposed, we find that the rezoning aligns with the intent of the zoning ordinance. By conditioning the rezoning to only allowing an auto wash facility with the enclosed vacuum and pay station areas, the township gains control over the future use of the site, reducing the risk of other potentially more intensive uses that would otherwise be allowed under the ARC zoning district. We acknowledge that while the 2015 master plan designates the subject site for office uses in the OS-ARC, the plan also acknowledges the importance of providing flexibility and evolving land use needs. Given the local and national demand that we've seen a decline for office space and the property's prolonged vacancy, the proposed rezoning better aligns with contemporary development patterns. The proposal maintains a transitional character due to its design features, so that these aren't due to the fact that they are enclosed operations, enclosed vacuums, enclosed pay station and queuing, enhanced landscaping and screening, which mitigates potential impacts on adjacent residential uses, which is a general goal of the master plan, that criteria is satisfied. C, the rezoning does not grant the applicant any unfair advantage. The development will still be required to meet all of the zoning ordinance site development standards for the ARC district, and it will require special land use and site plan approval moving forward. The applicant has voluntarily proposed enhanced landscaping and screening that go beyond what is required by the ordinance, which will provide long-term visual and noise mitigation benefits. The use can comply with the zoning ordinance requirements specific to use standards for auto wash facilities, as required in Article 14, multiple sections here that apply. They're not asking for any deviations or exceptions to the use standards for auto wash facilities. And the proposed use can comply with all the dimensional, design, and performance standards of the ARC district. I think this is a really important finding of fact, is that the conditional rezoning will not allow for increased setbacks or building heights, as the dimensional standards of the OS ARC district and the ARC district are the same. So by mitigating any potential externalities and keeping the uses enclosed, there can be compatibility between the two. Those are our findings, and the applicant is here this evening to answer any additional questions about what they have voluntarily offered.
Okay.
Thank you.
And where is the applicant? Oh, there you are. Okay.
Trying to find
Laura, was it the applicant's offer to put this welcome to Plymouth sign?
Yes, it was.
Not Plymouth Township, just Plymouth?
The applicant has offered that, yes.
Okay. Oh, I'm just asking about the sign that's going to be placed there that says welcome to Plymouth.
Okay. I mean, it could say Plymouth Township, I guess, but.
They have to offer it. We can't tell.
I'm signing everybody up. Good evening, everybody. Thank you again for having us this evening. We're excited to be back up here to talk about the project. I thought it was a terrific meeting last month, and we took all the suggestions and all the commentary to heart like we have in every meeting so far within the community, and tried to improve our plan to address all the various concerns. This evening, we have Mitch Harvey with Stonefield Engineering. We have Eric Myers with Krieger Klatt. And then Jill Bauer-Fishbeck, who's our traffic consultant. Eric's our architect, and Mitch is our civil engineer. We really tried to address all the comments related to noise and lighting and landscaping and various other things in hours of operation. And we believe we did that, and we're appreciative of the opportunity to be here in front of you again tonight. We brought with us today the site plan, the elevations, and all the other changes that we made. I'm happy to walk you through it and talk about anything that's, any questions you may potentially have. I'm going to turn it over to Mitch to talk about the changes and plans.
Okay, great.
So I'm not going to go through the entire plan set. Like I think we had a pretty robust presentation last month, but I do just want to highlight a few things that were mentioned in the staff review. Some changes that we made that we think are going to be a substantial benefit based on the comments that we heard from this commission. The one main one I want to point out is those northern lights. We dropped those from 20 feet down to 12. Those are still going to be shielded as well, but we believe that lower height is really going to keep that light on our property. We submitted a detailed photometric study, and that's showing 0 foot candle spillover to the neighboring properties to the north. So there's going to be 0 light spillover. And that design doesn't take into account the substantial screening of trees that we're going to be planting there, as well as the wall. So we're abundantly confident that there's going to be no light spillover whatsoever.
How do you have no light spillover?
Because those lights are going to be house side shielded, 12 feet high, and directed in.
So from the adjacent property, you would not see the light, is what you're saying?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
They're going to be LED lights?
They're going to be LED, dark sky compliant lights, yes. The other thing that I'd like to address is over on the east side, because we have so much green space, we're essentially doubling the amount of green space on the site. A comment that was brought up is exploring some rain gardens, bioswales over on the east side. So we've added 2 possible locations where we can incorporate those. Obviously, the size, the depth, the infiltration value is all going to have to be analyzed and designed, but we think we have room there to fit some level of bioretention in that area. Beyond that, we're still proposing the densely landscaped area to the north. We're pulling that buffer from what it currently sits at 6 feet down to 40 feet, or up to 40 feet. And all the same environmentally friendly features that we discussed about the car wash last month are still in place. We've outlined a few of the items in the conditions of the rezone. I think we clarified all those. And beyond that, you know, our team's here to answer any other questions that come up or anything you'd like to discuss. Thank you.
I think one thing we clarified, there was a question of how many rows of trees. It's 2 rows of trees. So I think that's one other thing we did clarify in the conditional rezone.
And they're staggered,
Correct. And I'm happy, there's some new faces we didn't speak with last time, so I'm happy to run you through the project and if there's any questions. So I just wanted to let you know that as well.
Okay. Well, not sure how I want to handle this, but you know, this isn't a public hearing, but there's so many people here and they want to keep abreast. So is there anyone here that wishes just to speak to this? It isn't a public hearing, but we'll take comments from people. So your hand went up first, so I'll call on you. Just step up and. Oh, before you start, I just have, we did receive 11 new public comments since our last meeting, and so these will be written or attached to our minutes. Some of these folks wanted it to be attached to the minutes, so we're going to do that.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Groth. I am a resident who lives over here on Butternut on the east side of the township. I have lived in the community since 1968 or 69. And I want to say that in the last years, I've seen a lot of changes to this side of the township. I've seen Amazon, the Amazon warehouse, Henry Ford Hospital. We've got the Walk development coming in. And now we're looking at a car wash with a rezoning, a conditional rezoning request. And I guess my biggest question is, rather than approving conditional rezoning or any kind of rezoning, why don't we find a way to update the master plan to be accommodating? Because it is a constant request here for special variances, land use. The bottom line is a car wash is going to be a nightmare at this location. Today, I came across off of Orange Lawn onto Haggerty Road. It took me 4.5 minutes at 4:02 to turn left, just to turn left onto Haggerty Road. And we haven't seen the development from Plymouth Walk. I feel that it is the responsibility of the Planning Commission first and foremost to attempt to adhere to the master plan, and I understand it hasn't been updated, but rather than keep offering all of these special uses, why can't we just change the master plan? And I appreciate the fact that the car wash is attempting to accommodate and do all of this over and above, but to me, over and above means nothing if you don't provide the conditional rezoning, and I am here to ask that you not provide the conditional rezoning. I do want to make a statement. We talked about enclosed vacuums at the last meeting and how that helps with the sound. It's not the vacuums that make the sound for the neighborhood. It's the blowers that make the sound. So I just want to make that comment because we're grasping at straws and looking at a lot of different uses and variances that we can offer. But let's just stick to the master plan and not provide any conditional rezoning, and then none of these are an issue and they can stop wasting their time and we can stop wasting ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Yeah. Yeah. Stand right by the,
take this for a minute, just to. I live right here.
okay.
So I want to know how far it is from my backyard to the back of this building.
Why don't you show it to the developers
Can
there?
anyone answer that? From my backyard right here to your building. Approximately 50 feet.
That's 65, 120 to the main tunnel.
Right, from right here to where my backyard is, where I'm out there all the time.
That's probably about 60, 65 feet.
Okay. If you guys don't think that I'm not gonna hear, or this, all these houses here are not gonna, this is not going to affect us, you're totally wrong. You're gonna try to change the zoning and the conditional, to appease this car wash, will be the 5th one within a 1.7 mile. That's ridiculous that you would even consider doing that to us. And also, getting a little riled. My next question for the board and Mr. Kermy would be, do you guys feel you do your due diligence when it comes to something as important as this to the people who live in this neighborhood? I mean, that was zoned because of Pine Tree and Russell for office, for not high, use facilities. And if you're thinking of us at all, the taxpayers that have lived here for decades, and some are brand new, that you could actually consider doing this to us. My question about the due diligence is, have you guys ever gone off-site to see anything that would be causing such a, that would affect your tax-paying community? Would you consider going to the one in Madison Heights at a peak time, sunny, and pull 60 feet away and sit there and listen to what I'm going to have to listen to for the rest of my days here? Would you please at least do that, before you just rubber stamp this? I think that you owe that to the people of Pine Tree and Russell. I really do. This keeps me up at night thinking that my nice, peaceful home where I just love my neighbors, and that this could be in my backyard from 7 in the morning till 8 at night, Monday through Friday to Saturday and Sunday, nonstop.
Okay,
And if you
well,
think that that's okay to do to people, then vote yes. But I mean, it's just incredible that you guys aren't taking into consideration the township folks over the corporations.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I got.
Yes, yes, you. No, the guy in the back, yes, you. And then whoever else, you can line up or stand up and come when he's finished.
Pen is skipping, sorry. Good evening, my name is Mark Pierce. I am vehemently opposed to granting a rezoning request for the proposed car wash to be located on Ann Arbor Road for the purpose of the following reasons. The traffic on Ann Arbor Road in Hagerty is already extremely congested. I've exited off southbound 275 at Ann Arbor Road many times between the hours of 4 to 5 in the evening, only to take anywhere from 7 to 10 minutes to get off from the exit onto Hagerty Road, sometimes waiting through 2 lights, just to get off the freeway to turn right on Hagerty Road to go home. due to the people leaving the 2 dealerships, the Big Boy Restaurant, the hospital, and other businesses located on the south side of Ann Arbor Road. We've only lived in Plymouth Township for just over 3 years, but the traffic in that area is, in a short period of time, has increased exponentially. It will only intensify if the L Car Wash is granted a rezoning on that property for a car wash. In my opinion, the traffic in that area will increase even more once the car wash is in full operation and the construction is finished with the new 373-unit housing development on the former Elks parking lot. We live on Burger Drive. As it is right now, with the traffic on northbound Haggerty Road approaching Ann Arbor Trail, the line of cars turning left to go east on Ann Arbor Trail is very long. So many cars turn left onto Michael Drive, right on Burger Drive to Ann Arbor, and turn left to bypass the light. It's the opposite going the other way. The other issue is that they do it at a high rate of speed because they don't care, because they want to get through it, because it's just all about me. What will happen once the traffic from the car wash starts dumping out onto Haggerty Road? The one woman who spoke at the previous meeting stated that within a 2.2-mile circle around her home, there are 4 car washes and 0 places to buy groceries or fresh fruit or vegetables. The traffic impact study that I thought was done, but maybe it's not done, what time will it be done if it has been done? To me, it should be done when the traffic's at its worst, between the hours of 7 to 9 in the morning, 11 to 1 in the afternoon for lunch, and 4 to 6 in the evening to get a true representation of the traffic in the surrounding areas. All of L Car Wash's various scenarios pertaining to the noise levels from the car wash itself, all the vacuum cleaners and associated operating equipment is supposed to be minimized by the fact that all the equipment will be totally enclosed inside the building. When asked how many car washes L Car Wash had, the answer, if I remember correctly, was around 70. When asked how many were totally enclosed, the answer was 0. So L Car Wash really has no idea how this totally enclosed car wash will function to reduce the noise, because they have never constructed one as of yet. I may not have had this 100% right, but it's my understanding that a rezoning would be only granted for a car wash. So what happens if L Car Wash were to sell this property? What happens to the rezoning? Does it revert back to the previous way before the rezoning? In other words, is the property sold, can they put anything else on that property? In closing, do we really want another Ford Road right out here on Ann Arbor Road? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Sandy?
No, she left.
Huh?
She just left.
Okay.
Hello, good evening. My name is Kyle Bowman, and I'm a resident of this neighborhood that sits directly behind this location where this new car wash is being proposed. I'm here tonight to urge you to deny this motion, not because I'm against business or development, but because the proposal simply does not make sense to our community. We already have multiple car washes within a 5-mile radius. This area is not lacking a car wash. What this area is lacking is peace, safety, and infrastructure that can handle even more traffic and noise. Our home is directly back up to this proposed site. That means every cycle of vacuums, blowers, engines idling, echo into our backyards, our living rooms, and our children's bedrooms. The constant hum of machinery and flow of vehicles will disrupt the quality of life that we've all worked so hard to build. And the traffic. Let's talk about the traffic. This area is already overwhelmed, and adding a business that relies on a high volume of vehicle turnover will only make things worse and more congested. More accidents waiting to happen, more chaos in an area that is already overstretched. This isn't just about an inconvenience, it's about the well-being of the residents who live steps away from this proposal. I believe the cost of our community far outweighs any benefit of another car wash that we simply do not need. Please consider the people who live here and deny this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt? Anyone else? Is that it?
No.
Good evening. My name's Kyle Smart. I live approximately about 300 feet away from Bruce and Kyle, right to the north. I'm on the corner of Orange Lawn and Russell. My children play out in the front yard, side yard, all the time. We're witnessing it with all the construction right now, all the cut-through traffic from Haggerty. They're flying down Orange Lawn to Terry to try to cut and jump ahead so they don't have to wait in the left-hand turn lane at Haggerty. If they're gonna be offloading traffic onto Haggerty through the back easement, it's gonna be the same song and dance every day with the motion of cutting through the subdivision. I've already had enough. It's voice going hoarse every day yelling at cars out there. And you know, the police can only do so much. They can only sit in one spot so much, and then it's good for a couple days, and then it's back to the same song and dance all over again. My father lives out in Roseville. He's in a subdivision on the southwest side of Gratiot and Frazo. Right on that corner, there is a car wash. And if it's spring, summer, or fall, and it's a nice day above 50 degrees, good luck trying to go anywhere. On Frazo, traffic is backed up hundreds of yards on Gratiot going north, just a line of cars waiting to get into that car wash. Ann Arbor Road is already bad enough as it is. Just like people said, do we want to have another Ford Road sitting right out here? Thank you for your time.
That it?
I'm Jamie Burke, Quick Pass Car Wash, Plymouth, Michigan. Been a taxpayer here for a lot of years. So some of you might not know that L Car Wash is a private equity group. Who you see here today will not own this car wash in a couple years. Okay, so it's called a lease buyback. They're gonna build this building. As soon as the drawings are done and you approve it, it's hitting the market for sale. They hold the business for 3 to 5 years, they sell the business, okay? And they're spending about 8 to 10 million, from what I can guess. Do you know how many cars you have to wash to pay the bills on 8 to 10 million a year? Anybody? 250,000 cars. So the traffic impact is real. This will go bankrupt, and it probably is gonna bankrupt some of us along the way. Now, I guess you can't compare it to restaurants, and it's just really frustrating to stand up here and watch a corporation come in and drop this in the middle of town, and then no one's mentioning this judgment on the property. Why isn't the judgment cleared up? Why are they so adamant on building this car wash? Because they're stuck with the property, they already bought it, okay? And if they don't get it approved, they're stuck on the loss, okay? And it's worth about 500 or 600 grand as an office. And it's worth about $1.5 million as not an office. They already overpaid for the property. Now they're gonna dump 10 million in here, and there's not enough business to support it. So not only are you gonna clog up Ann Arbor Road, you're gonna have another empty building, except it's gonna be a car wash. And they can't make anything else because they're giving all the rights up to everything else, right? So I guess what people don't understand, it's just private equity money. You'll never see this guy again. Could be a nice guy's business, right? And if I was out there selling 100 of them, I'd probably be in here saying the same thing he is, but I'm not. And what you're gonna do is you're really gonna hurt the community. You're gonna hurt us. Like I said, I've been paying taxes. I've owned businesses in this town for 20 years. And this is definitely not being presented like it's some local guy that's gonna come here and create jobs. And they run with 3 guys. And this indoor the vacuums are silent anyways. They're central vac units. They don't need to be indoors. Mine are push button, they're loud. I have a central vac on my other sites. You don't need to build it, it's all facade. I'm gonna put it indoors so it's quiet. Vacuums don't make noise, they're central vacs. So again, this will be up for sale the day you guys approve it. And you'll never see these guys again, and they could care less about Plymouth, Michigan. They're private equity, and you'll never see them again. That's all I got, thanks.
Hi, I'm Joyce Fetterman. I live right behind Burger King.
you're gonna tell me they're all gonna come through there? They're coming through there right now to cut through, okay? If you go behind Burger King and the vet place, the emergency vet place, the road is this high. You can see right over my wall into my house. You can see everything. Before you decide this will be a great place, every car that drives by, every truck can see right into my house. Do you think I want that? I'm a single woman. I bought this house at the age of 25 years old. I am 59 years old. There has been more traffic in this place than I have ever seen, and nobody seems to care. I mean, come on. If you make them go behind Burger King, and that's the picture they show, because they're gonna line them up behind Burger King, and they're gonna have their radios going, they're gonna be waiting to get into the car wash. Have you ever seen one? Go down Inkster and Plymouth, they just built one on Inkster and Plymouth Road in Livonia. They have to have signs put out on people's driveways going down Inkster Road because the people are lined up. Lined up. Can you imagine them be lined up on Ann Arbor Road to get in? You know, I'm just telling you, it's just not right, not right. Unless you're gonna take that and dig down where you can't see. I mean, you can literally go by there tonight and you can see in my house. I mean, it's ridiculous. I don't want all that traffic, and it's ridiculous.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, did you just get a problem?
Hi, thank you all for being here, appreciate it. And I live right behind where they're proposing to put the car wash. And yes, noise is an issue. Traffic is the biggest issue. I mean, even trying to make a right out of Terry Road onto Ann Arbor Road is so difficult because no one even stops from the expressway. They don't even slow down. They just kind of right around. So even when the light is green and there's no traffic coming, but everyone's just keeps on coming around, so you can't get out. Now trying to get out on Haggerty, well, you're gonna have to make a right, but then go where if you don't need to go that way? You're gonna have to go turn around somewhere and try to make it back. It's a mess. The amount of volume that's gonna have to go through there is substantial. The amount of noise is going to be substantial. There's a lot of noise now. Now, you have to add the extra noise, even though some of it's going to be enclosed, but what I remember the last time, the doors on the entrance are going to be open all the time, sorry. Now, the doors for exit have to open to let people out. So it's going to be noisy quite often. There's also, too, you brought up on the other one with the dealership about the trees and so on, that they're proposing 50, you'd like to see that double or triple. Well, what we have here, what's it, 6 feet? You're saying 30. Okay, that's much shorter, and we have a industrial right in the backyard, right behind there. The quality of life is going to go down. I agree with the private equity. They bought on speculation, trying to force this through. Hey, land deals go through. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But it shouldn't be at our expense. Us, the taxpayers, the people who have lived here for quite some time. You know, we don't appreciate this in our backyard. You know, the new development that's going out for the 19 homes or whatever, nice. I'm all about, you know, trying to, you know, grow the economy and the business and stuff. I'm not anti-business, but it has to be done in the right way. And we need to think about this. And I agree on the traffic studies. They have to be done during peak times, not at what's the slowest time of the day, and to get a false number, because we also know that it is very bad. There's not much difference now between Ann Arbor Road and Fort Road, to be honest, depending on the day. So I do appreciate it. I would ask that you vote no on this. Because it is just something that we don't need, especially with all the other ones that we have around that serve our purposes. And also, I did go wash my car when it was 70-some degrees the other day, and what did I hear? Car stereos blaring. So that's going to be right in our backyard.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
I think this will be the last one because we've here. Okay, well, okay, you'll be the last one because it isn't a public hearing, so we have to cut this off because we're really getting repetitive. So I think we got the message about the traffic.
People have been waiting for hours and hours to say talk.
Well, but please remember, wait,
People have different things to say.
okay,
Spent a lot of time talking about more, these guys, these people can talk about the car wash too.
And times you mentioned mailbox.
okay.
Hi, I'm Ann Riley. I've been up here before and last time that they were trying to put this toward us. It's time for us residents to stand up and fight for our township. Ann Arbor Road does not need another car wash. Just 3/4 a mile down the road, there's another car wash. Traffic is a nightmare, as you know, and speaking of traffic nightmare, I was coming from that car wash to come here tonight. I turned right on Haggerty. Guess what? A car was coming out from behind Burger King, getting into the traffic, stopped there because the left-hand turn lane was blocked all the way up to the light. They want to send them out on Haggerty? Come on, that's not going to work. So that's right. So why should Plymouth Township Building Department and the Board of Trustees allow this in our overcrowded community? Is the township that hungry for tax dollars? Tax dollars, that they place the residents second to none to sell out to another car wash. The subdivision behind this proposed car wash deals with more than they bargained for, with overflowing traffic, speeding, and going through stop signs on a regular basis, daily basis. So I ask you, please, to vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Now, I'm going to ask you, sir, just give me 1 or 2 words. What are you going to talk about?
I'm an investor in Plymouth, in property and in businesses. I just want to talk about what I think the community.
Okay, not traffic.
No. My name is Scott Griffin. I'm an investor both in commercial real estate and in a number of businesses, mostly in Michigan, but including interests in commercial real estate and in businesses in Plymouth Township. I'm trying to understand what is the appeal of this particular development, this particular developer or this developer sponsor that is causing the Planning Commission to move this forward, and it seems like to try to move it forward quickly. I really don't understand it. When all of the other car washes that have been approved in Plymouth came in for their approvals, the business owners came in themselves. They didn't hire lobbyists. Why did L Car Wash feel the need to hire Brian Amon, who was politically connected in Plymouth and Canton, to represent them? And now they've hired Shannon Price, who is even more politically connected in Plymouth, since he was the former supervisor. And then, based on his resume online, it appears he became a lobbyist for projects like this 5 minutes after he left public service and got connected. So I know that that's going on. Everybody knows that's going on. And I get that he's got to make a living, but why are you guys in favor of it? That's what I'm not understanding. So 6 months ago, Chuck Kermey ran for supervisor on the idea of slowing down development, especially on busy corridors like Ann Arbor Road. The citizens of Plymouth Township elected him because they wanted development slowed down. So if you vote for this development, you're essentially undermining the will of the citizens of Plymouth Township. The residents that live in the area of the development are obviously all opposed to it. There were 30 or 40 emails from residents opposing it at the last meeting. I heard there were like 60 this time, and at least 40 residents showed up last time. The only Plymouth-based businesses that have expressed any opinion on this development are all also opposed to it. There are office buildings just east of this property. Office buildings, as you know, have been hit very hard since COVID. If you improperly rezone this property to commercial, don't you think those office building owners will come in and want their property rezoned to commercial too, they will, because I've talked to them, that would increase the value of their property. And what will your defense be then? If you approve this project, you won't have a defense. You'll have set a dangerous legal precedent that will kick open the doors of zoning in this community. In the future, any developer that wants to change zoning will just sue you and say you did it here. So you don't have a defense. And I want to point out finally that there's a court-ordered judgment on this property. I've heard several people say a consent judgment. It's not a consent judgment where the parties that consented to it originally can get together and consent to something different. It's a court-ordered judgment. It does not allow a car wash. The court-ordered judgment overrides any planning commission decision. It overrides any trustee board decision.
We have nothing to do with that consent judgment.
Well, you should get a legal opinion because
It's out of our purview.
well, you're opening yourself to a lawsuit. Don't you understand? If you approve it and defying a court-ordered judgment, you're opening yourself to a lawsuit. All I'm saying is, I have businesses here, I own properties here. Please don't put Plymouth Township in the news for the wrong reasons.
Got to. What is your topic? No traffic?
Little levity. Good to see everybody again. Travis Saunders, I live on Furwood, next to Allen School. Some
This is a
engineering
new
questions
topic.
I
We have not
addressed.
heard what you're going to say now, right?
Excuse me?
This is a new topic that hasn't been covered
Yep.
yet? Okay.
Questions that didn't get answered last time
Oh,
from my
okay.
engineering perspective that I focused
Okay.
on sharing with a couple of you
Okay.
at the end of last meeting.
Okay, fine.
I didn't see any on this rendering ability for air scrubbers, air handling, air conditioning, any heating, all of which add to the levels of sound. You walk through any subdivision on a summer day, and all you hear is the blasting of everyone's personal AC. This operating at this industrial size level is definitely going to have an impact. And I didn't hear it addressed, and I don't see it on the renderings. So that's the question, legitimately. I never heard an absolute or definitive number as to the, not a definitive number, but an approximate book of business. Car washes per day, week, month. I didn't hear that. Something that I think you guys could take a note on is probably providing some examples of this lighting that you're talking about.
No,
We
direct it
layman's,
to the commission because,
I know, but I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'll say it to him facing you.
okay.
We can't understand what we don't see sometimes. You're telling me about a specific type of LED light that does a certain thing in a certain direction. Some people can't fathom that, can't look at a blueprint and get a direction out of it. Make a video. Show some pictures. At least provide some examples so people can get their heads wrapped around what you're proposing. It's a simple solution that people can process. That was about it, other than speeding, which isn't traffic.
Okay. All right.
My
thank
good friend
you.
Sergeant Mike Fritz
Thank
and
you.
Jason Rupard have had to put the speed trailer cart in front of my house 4 times in the last 6 months. Because people are disregarding everyone's independent homes and residents. So, you know what? Adding one more entity that contributes to increasing that word I'm not going to say, we're not in favor of it. So.
All right. All right. I think we've exhausted everything there.
Yeah, I could.
Okay. All right, so we've
Yeah, I wanna
closed
make
that,
a-
but trustee Dorchevitz has some things.
I want to make a couple of comments. One of the things that I think it's important to understand is that this is not an us against them. Just because something is on our agenda doesn't mean that the board is going to vote for it. Everybody gets their day in court. So I would really, I more appreciate, I am very sensitive to particularly those of you that live in the immediate vicinity of the proposed car wash, but don't assume that just because they're getting their fair day in court that we're all here and we're somehow facilitating this agenda. We're not. We're giving them their due process just like anybody else deserves. One of the things I think it's really important to understand both to the board and to the public is that the role of the board is our role is to take the law and understand the rules and apply the facts to the law. Our job is not really to interject our own opinions. And our job is not to make business decisions on behalf of other businesses. So you've seen in the documentation that there are 6 criteria that were used by the planner in her recommendation. And that comes out of the zoning ordinance, and that's the law. There's nothing anywhere in any zoning ordinance that gives a board, either this commission or the Board of Trustees, the discretion or the power to make a decision based on the type of business that it is, because that's a business decision. And the fact that a lot of people have commented in that, that in particular in the letters, that there's already enough car washes. There are, but again, that's not a criteria that we ought to use, that we can use to, it's not a criteria that can be used because it's just the way it is. Our job is to apply the rules. Additionally to that, one of the things that I saw this common theme in these letters that were based on the flyers. They were basically, all the same as we don't need more car washes. And they also pointed, I'm sorry, it's been a very long day and for everybody here. There was statements made in these letters that the Board of Trustees. Oh, by the way, I'm in the unique position up here is that I get the pleasure of voting on this twice, once on this commission and again as a member of the Board of Trustees. But there was a statement in there that said the Board of Trustees has made some public statement about being opposed to car washes on Ann Arbor Road. And there's absolutely no context in which that could be at all true, because the Board of Trustees speaks through its actions, through things that it votes on, not as, it might be one person's opinion, but that is not a true statement. And it's patently false, and whoever put that in that flyer was misleading you. That being said, I missed the last meeting, but I did watch the entire 3 hours of the video. It took me a little time to get through it, but I was able to do that. And I have I'm very sensitive to the adjacent property owners. They're the ones that I think have the most standing in this decision. I would warn everyone, as I always do when you have these kinds of situations, is be careful what you wish for, because you could get something worse. So if this ultimately gets denied by the Board of Trustees, which is what the next step is, this commission just makes a recommendation, and then the Board of Trustees ultimately votes on it. And the Board of Trustees is not bound to follow the recommendation of the Planning Commission. Generally, they do, but it's not always, it's not mandatory. So all that being said, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I even put myself to sleep. So I think that the adjacent property owners have the most standing. Always be careful what you wish for, because something's going to get built there, and you might not like the next option either. But if it's built as a matter of right. So all that being said, and to the board, my concern with moving forward with the recommendation hinges largely on this existence of the consent judgment, because as in one of the conditions that was one of the conditions stated by the applicant was that the Board of Trustees would support their efforts in litigation to set that aside. And I don't, as a member of the Board of Trustees, I would not support taking on the cost of a legal battle in order to fight that. And for that reason, I'm going to vote no tonight.
Anyone else have any, well,
Yeah.
so you can come back up and, so you are going to, just to remind the folks, maybe they didn't know this, that you are going to be doing a noise study.
Correct.
This goes forward, and a lighting plan will be submitted if this goes forward.
Correct.
So people know exactly where the light beams stop and what what are they designed to do. And you are planning on doing a traffic study.
Correct.
So those are issues that are not addressed at this stage of the decision-making. Those come a little bit later. This is just the use of the land is really what's being presented before us today. The applicant has given us a lot of conditions that they said that they would follow. Probably one of our most conditions that have been associated with a project. You had a public hearing, or not a public hearing, but a informational meeting for residents. Not too many people showed up, but you offered that. So people need to know that. The traffic, I hear more complaints about the traffic. I agree 100%. You heard me tell you, my wife had an accident right here, and it took me 20 minutes to get here. So I'm clearly understand the traffic situation. You may add to the traffic. We'll have to see what the traffic study shows us if it gets that far. So, and I do echo Bob Dershowitz' comments that, you may not like this, but what you may get instead could be far worse. And I've seen this happen a couple of times. People walk away and,
Please
they
don't
think
interrupt.
they win, and then they're not happy what ends up. So it's a difficult decision for the commission to decide, what are we going to do with this? We follow the law. And the criteria, as Bob had said, were laid out in the planner's report and what the conclusions were. So we're following a set system. We can't just say, well, you can't build a car wash because we have already enough. We just can't do that. It's just like we can't tell you, don't plant, 6 more trees on your property. You wouldn't like that, or you can't paint your house a certain color. They have the same right as all of us do as homeowners and taxpayers.
I know it's been a long evening, but I think there's some new faces that we haven't met in our 2 previous meetings. So I would like to run through some of the plans and point some
Okay.
things out that we are doing, because I think it is important. For the gentleman that lives right behind the site, I'd like to point out a few things. No, I just got the microphone thing, I gotta be careful. So this is the current. This is So this is the curve you currently have from your backyards to the property. This is what we're proposing. This is what your view will be once we're completing this project. The other commentary is that we're gonna be moving the building closer to your current property. That was a commentary, correct? You're currently 72 feet away from the Valley's Fitness building. What we're proposing is 68 feet. We're not moving it any closer than what the current building is. So we're putting together 2 rows of trees, offering to replace the wall, and offering to clean up. We're not offering to replace the wall only behind this property and the landscape. We're replacing it all the way from this property line all the way to Acton Road. All the way? All the way. Okay, so that's what we're proposing. So I just want to make sure those of us know where our,
You got a building 73 feet away, and you're coming closer, and you're a car wash.
So, the gentleman from Cook Pass made a great point. He brought up noise, and he said noise is an issue. Being an expert in the business, I appreciate him bringing that up from the competitor. So we'll do the noise study to prove that out. We're not going to create any additional noise from what you have.
So the cars with radios and I sit there in line after line, the air
Sir,
quality.
please don't interrupt.
Yeah, we're not, this
He
isn't.
didn't interrupt you.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt him.
So we're fully enclosing the queuing and the stacking. Everything is enclosed. And it is our first one in the state of Michigan that we're doing. But we're hiring the best experts in the country. This is done by other groups also, out of Chicago, which you're aware. So this is, I'll answer that question in a second, because that was an attack on my character.
You're not gonna lease buyback it, right?
Okay, we're not having a discussion, let him explain it.
So everything is fully enclosed. It's a fully enclosed building. The queuing, everything else of that nature. So that's what we're doing. And we'll do the notice study to prove this out as well. But I do want to make it a point that we are trying to improve what's currently existing. And right, if this doesn't get approved, we're going to release the building as it is. We won't be able to afford to make all these improvements. But this is what the current view is, and this is what the view is going to be. And we put our money where our mouth is and put it in writing to your community to prove that out. So that's all I can offer is an improvement for what it is. I do have Jill Bauer here with regards to traffic, but some of you guys already knew you've never met me before. I was born in Cleveland, Ohio. I moved to Metro Detroit when I was 9 years old. I've known Mr. Scott Griffin pretty much my entire real estate career. I know Scott's involved with the Quick Pass folks. And it's good to see Scott today as well. Quick Pass opened up a location, is getting a location approved in Novi, Michigan, a mile away from my location in Novi as well. I think competition is good. That's just the reality of it. I didn't go and oppose their project in Novi either. That's just the reality of it. I made a significant investment to start El Car Wash here in the state of Michigan. I'm the owner of the business. Last time, if you guys were here at this meeting, one of my partners, Eric Harrison, was here as well. So the misnomer is that this is some private equity that's in and out in the whole 9 yards is not true. It's just not true. And I just need to make a point of that. So we're very excited to be here. We're very excited to be part of the community. Regarding the blowers, that was one of the comments that somebody made. The blowers are located over here on the south side. There's no blowers over here by your houses. Understood. So it's right over here. So we on the south side of the property along Ann Arbor Road.
So that's more noise, and you still have to open the whole time.
So you have here, we have speed doors that we use that open and shut.
So these open up and down all day, every day, from when they come here, go through the wash.
You utilize the speed doors.
So they're silent?
Sorry. Okay. I'd be happy to see if anyone wants to meet our next location. I'll take anybody wants to go out there.
Well, that's great.
That's not going to be open all the time.
No, it's
That
not.
was stated last meeting.
Last time we stated speed doors, say speed doors.
Don't people normally roll their windows up when they wash their cars? I don't get this music thing. They roll their windows down when they're washing their cars? In Plymouth?
Okay, I think we're degrading,
Right now, if you come out of this Henry Ford Hospital with this light, you can see straight into these two houses. When we complete this project, the trees that we're planting, what's the height of the trees that we're planting? So the trees, when they're planted, when we complete this project, they're 8
But
feet
it quit.
tall. The day we build this project, they're 8 foot tall. You're not gonna wait 15 years for these trees to be tall enough, you're gonna be 8 foot tall trees. And that's what the landscaping plan will present to the community, and that's part of the letter that we provide. This is all in writing, this is all we're putting to right here, right now. Not if comes fantasy time after these years. This is if, this is right now, right here. We're putting our money where our mouth.
I think,
I know people may not love the use, but to the planning commissioner and trustees' point, one thing I can guarantee is we're going to improve what the property currently looks like. And it's going to be a more pleasant experience for your families, I believe. So they're looking at this versus looking at this.
Okay, I don't get that.
Have you ever gone out and tried to pull out of like the Big Boy parking lot?
Yeah.
Go out Montana Road at
is.
Yeah, you're talking about the traffic. We can't be, we know about the traffic. And we're going to see a traffic study.
Nobody seems to care.
So regarding the traffic,
Nobody seems to care.
Yeah, it does. We're going to have a traffic study.
What time are you gonna do
So-
it? At 11?
At the next, not tonight. It hasn't been conducted.
The study's gonna be done. Is it gonna be done during the rush hour traffic?
Hey, we're going to get to that point at the next stage if this is approved.
so.
There's a process that you have to go through. It's not all going to happen in one night, sir.
I don't expect it to, but.
Okay, well, you're asking me when. I don't
Well, it's been a
know.
year since this started. And now we're back again. I was here a year ago at the same meeting. You know, my point about them cutting down my street, to bypass that light. One lady went down the street, she was driving so fast, she looked at something either on her phone, she took my neighbor's mailbox off, her mirror, she hit the mirror, broke her mirror off, and went 40 feet down the road, she was going so fast. They got 2 kids in front of that house. If somebody gets hurt and gets killed, are you gonna care then?
Hey, have you talked to the police department about
They
this?
don't
Have they
do
come out?
nothing. They don't do nothing.
Anything.
No, anything. Have they come out? Have they witnessed it? Or is it, they come at a different time when you don't have a lot of traffic?
In order for them to see how they bypass that light, they would have to sit there 8 hours a day
Okay, all right.
to do it.
We're not going to talk about traffic anymore. We need to see a study if he gets this far. Okay, Commissioner Boyd, you had a question
Yeah,
for Attorney?
Attorney Bennett, where is he? Yes, sir. The letter from L Car Wash to Laura Haw dated April 8th. On page 5, point number 11 of conditions offered for rezoning says, participate with the township in litigation to amend or terminate the consent judgment regarding the zoning on the property if authorized by the township board. Does that statement commit the township to spending money to litigate this issue? Does that require us to do that because they're offering these other conditions?
No. However, that consent judgment is going to have to be addressed before a rezoning can be approved. There is case law in Michigan that states that conditions can be offered on property, but if the proposed use that goes along with the conditions is not a special or permitted use in the current zoning system, it is an invalid conditional rezoning. For that reason, before this goes to the Board of Trustees, the attorney for the applicant is going to have to address that judgment, and he's correct, it is a judgment, it's not a consent judgment. It's going to have to be addressed by the applicant here tonight. It is not the township's obligation to handle this rezoning. It is the applicant's
In the
responsibility.
consent judgment.
Not a consent judgment.
You said it's not the township's obligation to handle the rezoning, you meant the consent judgment, right?
It's not the township's obligation to address the fact that that judgment is in place.
Yeah.
That is the applicant's responsibility. And if they don't do it, and a conditional rezoning is approved, then that will be,
No.
it could be nullified by a person or entity who has standing to file suit.
Okay, okay, that's your question.
Sort of, yeah.
Okay.
I also want to make a statement before we vote, if it's okay.
You want to do it now? Or
If-
wait?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Do it.
Okay.
Whenever you want.
Okay. My view on this is that this applicant has gone to every possible way to make this a desirable proposal for a car wash, given where it's located, given the neighbors behind. But I have a bigger concern. As a role as a planning commissioner, I feel that I need to look to the future, and I want to be clear. I'm not trying to convince any of you to change how you're voting, okay? This is just my own view, and I want to share it because I think it's important. I think that as a car wash goes, this group has gone way out of their way to try to make it desirable. By the same token, the new Chevy Corvette dealership they've done a great job with that, but you'll notice that I voted against it. I am concerned, and apologies to Commissioner Sabelski, I am concerned about the cumulative impact of traffic, both the recent changes, like the Amazon, Henry Ford, but also the upcoming changes that are coming down the road on Ann Arbor Road, Haggerty, the whole area around here. And at this point, approving this proposal and approving the dealership just add further to the existing situation we know, and we still don't know all of the cumulative impact. Before I could vote in favor of this personally, I would need to see not just a traffic study on the El Car Wash, but a cumulative traffic study that captures all of the changes to the Ann Arbor Road, Haggerty, 275 interchanges that have happened in the last couple of years, as well as upcoming with the new development on the Elks property, before I could make a decision, because as a planning commissioner, we listen to what the township says. And the number one thing that I've heard in the time I've been in public service here for 8 years is people feel that Plymouth Township is being changed by our traffic issues. And as a planning commissioner, I think my role is I need to listen to that and evaluate that as part of all the other reasons we evaluate these things. Now, the other point I want to make is that we have a master plan update. It needs to be done this year. It's required to be done this year. It's been suggested by a couple of the commissioners that the north side of Ann Arbor Road from Haggerty to 270, or Haggerty to Terry, actually, to be more accurate, needs to be addressed in this master plan update. And to the point of the gentleman back there in the camel suit, part of this we have to think about is if we approve this, what happens, what does that make the opportunity for the other pieces of land on the north side of the road to Haggerty to Terry Road? And it sets a potential precedent. I would feel a lot more comfortable knowing that we, as the planning commission, have gone through an in-depth look at that stretch of road and decided what we think is the right thing to do for the master plan for the next 10 years for those pieces, that piece of property, that stretch of road. So for those reasons, I'm going to vote against this tonight, but I want to make it clear, I think you guys have gone out of your way to everything you can to make this a desirable proposal. But my bigger concerns relate to these two issues as a planning commissioner. And thank you for giving me a chance to.
Sure, no problem. So Laura, so what Commissioner Boyd just outlined, I have the question is why don't we have the traffic study first? Because that's such a big issue in this area.
Typically, that's done with the special land use, and that's when the applicant has voluntarily offered to provide it.
We couldn't require it at this step?
The township cannot apply any conditions with a.
Oh, because it would be a condition of the rezoning.
Correct, yes. Everything has to be voluntarily offered. So typically, we would require it at the special land use, which is the next step should this move forward.
I see, I think I don't disagree with you. I'm looking at statement of facts, so if I were going to make a motion, what would be the statement of facts? Because you believe that the traffic is too much and we don't have factual information before us.
Yeah, it would be that I don't believe, and this is a core issue. The traffic study is not just El Car Wash. The traffic study is the broader cumulative impact of all these changes. So it's not really related directly to their application. It's related to a bigger issue that Plymouth Township and the Planning Commission, I feel, needs to address looking forward.
Okay, well, let me
think
about that.
Yeah, I'm not planning to offer a motion on this because I
Right.
don't think that the rest of the Planning Commission agrees with me on this, which is fine. I just wanted to voice my perspective on it.
I don't disagree with you, so. It seems to me we're sort of hemmed in by all the regulations, the ordinances, and everything else in what we do step by step. But as I said earlier, we have to follow the process, and this is part of that process. And we don't know what the end result will be. There's so many complicated things to this judgment, the Board of Trustees' view on this. Then if they get through that step, then it comes back for special land use. And then we have the site plan. Any other comments from the commission? Thoughts?
May I make a
Yeah,
comment?
sure, absolutely.
The difference between this and the special land use part of the process is that if the applicant, if the applicant ultimately gets the rezoning, including the vacation or amendment of the judgment, then the next step would be the special use. The commission does not have discretion to deny the special use if the applicant complies with all of the requirements of the ordinances. It's mandatory under the Zoning Enabling Act that they approve the special use. It's not discretionary. At this point, it is discretionary.
Well, it's a new wrinkle to it. Any other thoughts, comments, concerns?
Not a comment or concern. I actually took the time to try and get some external information, right? I want to understand what's going on in this neighborhood. I have a very good friend that lived on Pineview that backed up to the Big Tanny. This is back in 1989 to 1995, okay? This subdivision unfortunately became a cut-through when roads went from dirt to concrete. It's been going on a long time, right? The homeowners, the subdivision probably needs help. They may need a light to get in and out of the subdivision safely, to Trustee Groth's point. Shouldn't take you 4.5 minutes to make a left-hand turn out of your own subdivision. So there's a micro issue and there's a macro issue, right? When I looked at this sub, and I spent a lot of time looking at things, and I do pay attention, you'll see concrete walls beside subdivisions on both the east and west side of I-275. I don't know why, but there's no concrete wall on the side of the subdivision, okay, on the exterior. It stops at Ann Arbor Trail. Why, I don't know. You go across I-275, there's a concrete wall that was built all the way up to the Denny's. Not sure why that's the case, but noise has been a problem. With respect to noise to this facility, the equipment is state-of-the-art. The blowers are quieter, right? They came in there with data, okay, saying 60 decibels. I stood there on the brick wall. I put my arm on there with my phone as if I was a homeowner. I measured 60 dBs. That was just road noise. That was on a Sunday 3.5 weeks ago. It was at 5 p.m. Not to do due diligence, I would be remiss. So I went back on a Tuesday and Thursday between 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock on weekdays. Same thing, I measured 60 dBs. That was the maximum. And it was live, and I took screenshots, and I'm happy to share it with you guys afterwards. I've gone to the car washes. I've measured 77 decibels, okay? Doesn't matter whether you're 30 feet or close, right? It actually gets louder the closer you get. And noise decreases to the inverse of the sum of the square. So the further you get, okay, the quieter noise gets. The applicant here has gone above and beyond. It was 7 to 8 feet tall trees when we were in here 3.5 weeks ago. Now it's a minimum of 8 feet. They've tried to make it better for the homeowners that back up to the facility. That facility is blight. It's an eyesore. The lights are on the east wall 24/7 a day, okay? LED lights, they're directional. The way the lights face, and you can come up here and look at this afterwards, the lights have the shield, and the light is directed away from the homeowners towards the building. The road that backs up to the wall is further away than where the road is today. That impacts noise. That wall is falling apart. It's cracked behind 2 of the units that back up to the parking lot. The building is taller today than what it would be, right? So you'll see less of the building, you'll see more trees, and it's trees that are taller than the 4-foot wall that's there today. The property values in the subdivision on the road that backs up, they are significantly lower. There's a Colonial at 40734, it sold at 379 not too long ago. 4 houses have sold in the last 2 years. The values differ, and the difference is, did they make renovations or not? Okay.
I think we're kind of, moving away from what we're here for.
I
mean, this
get
is
it.
good information.
I get it. I get it, Dennis. But the bottom line is, I try to put myself in the homeowner's shoes, and what the applicant has done is actually tried to improve the view and improve the look of the township and get the blight out of here. And there is the devil which is blight that's there today versus the TBD that we don't know. But getting back to this consent decree or judgment, right, that has got to get resolved. And it shouldn't be township money or legal sources that go with it. I think the developer has gone above and beyond on what they can do with the property. 102 trees that back up 2 rows deep is phenomenal. There are minimal lights that are on there. They said they cut the hours. They've done everything you could possibly can do to be a good neighbor. And the alternative is we continue to look at the blight, right? The traffic, that's a macro issue. It's beyond the people that back up and in that subdivision. It's a township issue, and maybe it's more lights. I don't know what the right answer is, but the consent judgment's got to get put to bed, and the traffic study has to get done.
So I have a process question. I'll direct to Laura, but I want you to listen to what I say too, to make sure I'm interpreting this right. So if this were approved, and it's approved by the Board of Trustees, they get through all those other steps, the consent judgment is settled. So when they come back for special use, it's sort of, we won't have a choice, and they're going to be coming forward with traffic studies and all of that. Shouldn't we have, if that's true, shouldn't we have the traffic study at this point of the process?
Attorney Bennett, did you mean the site plan? When they submit for site plan, if it meets the zoning criteria, then they're required by the Enabling Act?
No, what the zoning enabling act says is that if a zoning ordinance sets forth criteria to fulfill for a special use, and the applicant presents evidence that is sufficient to fulfill that criteria, the Planning Commission, who is the final authority on a special use, that does not go to the Board of Trustees, that ends with the Planning Commission, does not have the option to deny the special use.
The traffic study, though, transportation and circulation is one criteria of the special land use approval, though, correct?
I would have to check the ordinance, check section 2.7. As a practical matter, and I'm not getting involved in any discretionary considerations here. That's not my role. I'm staying in my lane. I believe that the commission could demand a comprehensive traffic study as part of this application.
Didn't I hear that it was voluntary offering? Right now required? That was earlier.
Well, we could always require a traffic study.
We're offering a traffic study that will be acceptable to the community. And that's, and the exact wording is, provide a traffic study conducted by Fishbeck, and Jill Bowers here who can talk about the scope, and in coordination with Spalding Dedecker at the time of site plan and special land use submission. So the traffic study needs to be approved by the community. So in my experience, I've never had a special land use immediately approved by the Zoning Enabling Act, so I'm not sure if I agree with the interpretation of that, candidly. I wish that was the case. But we're offering as one of our conditions, we're very clear that there is going to be a traffic study that's going to be provided and approved by Spalding Dedecker as part of this application. I'm not sure I can make it clearer than that, but I'd be happy to if there's a way to to clarify that point.
Can we hear from the traffic person, the scope of it? Exactly how would you approach this? If it were,
So-
what would we get? What's the result of the traffic, what are we going to get?
I
What
don't know
data?
the result
Okay?
tonight.
All right. I don't know what
However,
the results will be.
What our process will be is in accordance with this is reaching out to Spalding Dedecker is your engineer. They have a traffic engineer on staff we would reach out to verify the scope. As it was mentioned by one of the citizens here tonight, the times that we will be going out, we will collect traffic data 7 to 9, 4 to 6. That's this accepted practice as IT dictates. What your engineer will help us is what that scope is, how many intersections we're looking at, how far we're going from the site, so that we capture the progression or lack of progression from everything that we're hearing tonight that happens out there. The biggest hurdle we'll have is working with MDOT. There may be things that we recommend as improvements, and it's getting those improvements implemented. It is their roadway. They are the ones who decide what the signal timings are. You know, understanding that there's been a lot of construction in the area, that there's probably some adjustments that need to be made to handle some of this additional traffic. It sounds like everyone's experiencing at least the last several years. But the first step would be reaching out to your engineer and just verifying what that scope is, what they want to see that's more comprehensive than just looking at the site driveways, but getting some more of that area impact. And then also including the fact that you do have a development that's going, or several developments that are going in that are adding traffic to this corridor already.
So a traffic study would it or would it not include some projection or estimate of
We
the
will-
impact of Plymouth Walk and?
Yeah, so there were traffic studies completed for those other projects as well, so we will include that traffic that was forecast for those developments in this study, that are, anything that's not already complete and open.
And Joe, let me just ask you a question. So we present a traffic study to Spalding DDEC. Will they come back with recommendations of what we need to do in order to comply with the safety and the well-being of the community?
What our study will include recommendations based on our analysis, and what Spalding DDEC will do is provide a review and either agree or say, no, we want to see more mitigation, and that's a part of the review process, because then any of those off-site improvements, those will be things that really will fall to us.
So we would get the traffic study, we would work with Spalding DDEC to come up with the right mitigation. Whatever Spalding DDEC recommends, we'd be responsible to do. So if they say redo the traffic signal or timing or anything of that nature, that would be our responsibility. And that's what we're offering today as part of our conditional rezoning. We're offering those items. We're saying we're going to do that as part of this project. So before we get to site plan and special land use, way before that, we're going to do this information before we even apply to make sure that we're doing that information, and we're going to make sure we live by that. So we're going to make improvements that are necessary even before we ever apply to site plan and special land use. That's what we're offering today.
But in the end, MDOT or Wayne County, whoever, it's up to them if they're going to make any improvements. If they say, well, we need another signal light or whatever it is.
So
it's up to them to decide whether or not they're going to put the money into that.
Not the money, they'll be the ones approving that improvement happens on their roadway.
We put the money in.
And then you put the money in.
Yeah, we put the money in, and
Correct.
that's going to be, it's going to be under the purview of your team here. So this is something that happens before, we're offering to do that before site plan approval and special land use. We've already offered this.
So Kevin, how does that fit into everything you just said?
They will have 30 days after the rezoning to fulfill their conditions. If they don't fulfill their conditions within 30 days after the rezoning, then the property reverts back to what it was prior to the rezoning.
I think 30 days, we're working with MDOT and Wayne County. And I think everybody here knows they're not fast-moving bodies. Fair statement?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so 30 days I don't think is enough time to do this right and to give Plymouth the product that the community deserves.
That's what the statute says.
Okay. So with respect to 30 days with MDOT and Wayne County, is that possible?
It's 30 days after the rezoning. You
Is it
can
from
do it
town-
before the rezoning.
What's that? Say it again, I'm sorry. Say it again, I'm sorry.
What the statute says is you have 30 days to implement the conditions, and if you don't, it reverts back.
But
You could
that's-
also do the traffic study before the property is rezoned.
Yeah, so
Okay.
the trustees would still have to
Okay.
it's not 30 days from today.
That's fine, no problems. I misunderstood.
So all the conditions have to be fulfilled within 30 days
After the rezoning,
after the rezoning?
yes.
If you guys approve it after because
That
you're the
would
one
be after
that's
the Board of
actually doing the
Trustees.
rezoning.
Right. Okay, should we vote then?
Or what?
What are we gonna vote on?
The options today, as the planner has set forth, are you could recommend the rezoning to the Board of Trustees, recommend denial to the Board of Trustees, or table the issue.
What happens if there's a motion to recommend approval and that fails, and then there's a motion to recommend denial and that fails?
I don't think that will happen. How could that happen?
It could.
People change their vote?
I guess maybe that's a little hypothetical. Somebody's got to make a motion.
Well, Dennis, it sounds like with the consent judgment going on, that has to get resolved, A. B, if they had a conditional rezoning approval tonight, they can't get the traffic study done in 30 days. So those two steps have to be done.
Oh, after the Board of Trustees.
The Board of Trustees. They're the ones that actually do the rezoning. We're just doing a recommendation.
I get that. I'm also very aware of the audience here, right? And there's 2 board members sitting in this room right now out of 7 that will vote. So if I were in their shoes, I'd probably say 3, okay? I would say get the work done on the consent judgment, get it resolved, right? And unfortunately, the applicant has invested money, but they have to go do the traffic study to go get that hurdle answered for people sitting on this committee. So we need more time to get more information is what it sounds like to me at this point in time, despite the fact they have bent over backwards to do anything and everything to make this site better than what it sits today.
True. It's undeniable.
Well,
We're in the position for us to continue spending money on all these things without knowing if this is a project that the community, that you guys want to vote on. That's the challenge. So we can either go fight the judgment and go deal with that, and then go spend $20,000, $30,000 on this traffic study, and spend another $100,000 with no guarantee that there's support for this project.
From a procedural standpoint, that consent judgment, pardon me, that judgment is going to have to be addressed before the board can rezone the property.
Understand that. But this is step 1.
yeah, that's what makes it so complicated. You know, there's that judgment, well, whatever, you know, this step here, and then the judgment, then the Board of Trustees. So, and I know you've invested a lot of money into the thing, and I've really come up with, you know, great conditions, so.
We have our own purview on the judgment and how to deal with that. But without understanding what the viewpoint is of this planning commission, we're stuck in the water, and we just have a gym to release.
Yeah.
That's the reality of it.
Yeah, I think we have to make a decision today. We cannot table this again. What do you think, Bob?
That's mine.
I think we should probably take a vote.
Okay, okay.
I guess we've got to do it based on findings of fact.
Right.
And it's going to take a minute here.
That's the thing.
I have a question for you about the traffic study. Considering we know what our road conditions are right now as far as traffic is concerned, I mean, even my fellow commissioner down the road knows that we live on a side street that funnels out to Northville Road. We wait 4 or 5 minutes, it seems, to make a left-hand turn out of there. It took me 40 minutes to go from Aco to my house today because I got caught by trains. I made a stupid mistake of going to the 5 Mile, and it was backed up to Sheldon Road. When they do a traffic study at this point, is there a way that they take away some of the chaos that we're living with right now? Because they're going to say, oh yeah, you need traffic lights all over, you need roundabouts and all this kind of stuff. I fear that if we look or wait for a traffic study at this point in our lives, is that we're going to get some stuff that you guys won't even, you'll move out of Plymouth in a heartbeat, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so with regards, because I'm thinking, it sounds like from the construction that's going on M14 that you're getting traffic detoured to Ann Arbor Road. We'll take a look at, there's historic traffic data out there, and there've been studies from these other projects that have happened along Ann Arbor Road. So we'll be able to, and we will work with Spalding D. Deckert, make sure that this is approved with their traffic engineer. Any reasoning that if we look at if traffic volumes are that much significantly higher, that once that construction's over, we'll go back to, which is probably still more traffic than anyone wants to see, but go back to those, more regular, normal levels. So that's kind of how we'll deal with some of those nuances. I mean, you're collecting data on a day and you're just considering it a typical day. We do it on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday during those peak times when people are going to and from work. And if they want us to, we can also look at the lunch hour. So we try and capture, and like I said, there's historical data out there to help us be able to make sure that we're not overestimating what's happening.
So do the findings of fact need to address the 6 criteria that Laura laid out in the planner's report, or can it, simple finding of fact for a no motion, I want to base it on the existence of the judgment being an impediment that would be costly to the township in order to support the litigation that would be required at the expense of the township to set that aside.
Would it be possible to table it?
For what purpose?
There's a lot of things thrown. I mean, we didn't discuss last time regarding the 30 days and regarding the judgment. Some stuff that wasn't brought up last time.
Information that you would want to
Yeah.
reflect on and think about? And
Yeah, because the one thing which is a little bit, which I think brought some consternation today was regarding the language. And maybe it's something that can be worked out post, but there's the question of the cost of the litigation, potential litigation. That wasn't brought up last time, if I remember correctly. Is that one of the concerns that the?
Well, in your offer of your conditions, you address the judgment.
Right.
And specifically use the words to say that, the intent is that you'll support it, but your words are up on the screen right there.
Sure.
For this to happen, the township's attorney must be authorized to take necessary steps without car wash to seek the court's permission to address the consent judgment. So what that's saying is the township is now going to be responsible for pursuing the litigation that it would be required in order to set aside that judgment. And that's the finding of fact that I would use as the basis to recommend denial to the Board of Trustees.
Is it the question of supporting, or is it the question of the cost? Is it mostly the question?
The question is driving the litigation. It's cost in driving the litigation. This places the burden on the township to address the judgment, not the burden on you. You guys get this set aside as a condition of your purchase before you move forward with it.
So based upon that, I'd like to readdress the conditions of the rezoning and table this for this evening, if you guys would be okay with it.
table it for 90 days or?
No. When would be the next? When will be the next meeting?
It'd be the third Wednesday of the month. It's when we meet.
So about a month.
But you could come in early. I mean, we could say 6 months, and if you're done in 2 months, you can come in at 2 months. It doesn't mean you have to wait 6 months.
So let's table for 6 months and give ourselves time to, come back in, if that's okay.
There's our motion.
Are you making that motion?
Bob's going to make it.
Let Bob make the motion.
Table it? I don't want to table it, so
Okay.
somebody else make the motion. We already had 6 hours of hearing on this.
But it's
We're going to do
important
it
because
again?
the people had to be here.
Pardon me?
These people had to be heard. I think it was important.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm
All right, well, Who wants to make a motion?
I'll
Does
make the
anyone?
motion.
Okay, that'd be good.
Table this for the applicant's request for a maximum of 6 months.
I don't, wait, okay, just a minute, I lost my
Now-
agenda. Just a second. Oh, here it is. Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to table this proposal for a maximum of 6 months. And I'd love to add conditions to it, to get the traffic study done, A, and to get this consent judgment resolved, B, so those constraints and unknowns are put to bed, or proven or disproven.
Okay. So you're tabling for up to 6 months?
Up to 6 months maximum,
Okay,
yes.
That's the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Is there support?
No support.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Eitzen, supported by Commissioner Ladowicz to table application 2493 for up to 6 months. And lacking a secretary, I'll take a roll call vote. So I vote yes. Tim Boyd?
Yes.
Bob Dorshevitz?
No.
Dan Callahan?
Yes.
Dave Ladowicz?
Yes.
Stuart Pop?
No.
And Bill Ikes.
Yes.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses and 2 noes. So the
5-2,
motion-
yeah.
So the motion passes.
Terrific. In the interim, could we reach out to you guys to start working on the traffic study? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now,
What happens with, they said it's not a consent judgment.
we have the,
You and I get a lawsuit, and we say, with this planning suit,
yeah, we have to wait
create a contract, this is interpretation. So we can consent to the judgment, but,
No, we have more work to do.
there's still more
it's not a consent judgment.
It's housekeeping stuff. I mean, you're welcome to stay, but it's housekeeping stuff. Oh, yeah, well, they'll have to clear out and give them a few minutes.
So we get to go through the same thing again, next. I'm feeling very sick. I'm gonna be sick. No, we can't do this. We can't have the same thing. I mean, we're just gonna keep hearing the same stuff over and over. No, we are.
Okay. Okay,
Okay, go on.
meeting's still going on. Okay. It's okay. Okay, we have the monthly planning report. Is there any questions or comments on the monthly planning report?
No, sir.
Nothing? Okay, everybody's happy. And we have, well, first of all, Laura, were you going to make an announcement about the master plan, the 3 people? I thought you would. Huh?
I kind of do like.
Who the, well, I think you should, because there's been so much buzz about the master plan.
Okay, so to resurrect the master plan process and determine timeline, scope, public engagement, there's going to be a smaller master plan steering committee that will help guide that process, and that will consist of Chair Sobalski, Vice Chair Boyd, and Dave Ladowicz.
We'll be meeting to kind of lay out a ground, plan here to how to approach it, especially on citizen engagement. So just to keep you posted, we'll have special meetings, I'm sure, as time goes on. So you all know by now, Kendra Barberina has resigned from the commission. She was a secretary position, and we talked to a few people, and Tim, do you have a?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Stuart Pop for Planning Commission Secretary.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Dorchevitz. And Stuart, we've talked to Stuart about it. He's graciously accepted it, so
Sure.
appreciate that.
Thank you, Stuart.
Twist my arm. Yep.
Yeah,
Sure.
join the club.
No problem at all.
Good term. So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. And now recognition of the service by Commissioner Barberina. And Tim, do you want to read the
Yes.
proclamation or the motion?
I think all of us that have working with Kendra over the years have learned so much from her and think so highly of her. This resolution of appreciation I will read to you. Whereas Kendra Barberino has served on the Plymouth Township Planning Commission for the past 25-plus years, serving as both secretary and vice chairperson during her tenancy, and whereas Kendra Barberino's dedication, ability, talent have been invaluable to the execution of the duties charged to the Charter Township of Plymouth Planning Commission, and whereas Kendra Barberino's professionalism, dedication, talents, personal commitment to seek planning excellence, best practices, and advocacy of sound planning principles have contributed measurably to the continued progress in orderly development of Plymouth community, and have been invaluable to the execution of the duties charged to the Charter Township of Plymouth Planning Commission and to the citizens of Plymouth Township. And whereas the success of the democratic form of government depends upon the voluntary leadership and contribution of time and talent on the part of its citizens, now, therefore be resolved that the Planning Commission of the Charter Township of Plymouth herewith expresses recognition and appreciation for the service and support rendered by Kendra Barberino to the Planning Commission and the people of Plymouth Township, and extends best wishes to her for the future. Resolution passed this day, 26 April 2025, at Plymouth Township, Michigan.
And you offer that resolution.
Okay, and I offer this resolution.
Is there support?
Support.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And we'll pass this around so you can all sign it, and we'll have it delivered to Kendra. Any comments from the commission?
I have one, and
It's not about traffic.
No, it's not. I think that as probably the second most important commission in the township is that you, Dennis, need to go in front of the trustees and request some help with the audio system. It sucks. And we're talking about doing, I cannot hear you talking at all. I mean, and of course we had the problem with the engineer today, but we're moving into a very critical part of master plan. And if we can't hear each other and they can't hear us, what the hell are we doing?
I know.
You know, we might as well just we'll go down to the bar, do the master plan, and present it.
Yeah.
I'm joking, but I'm very serious that we as a commission need to tell the trustees they have to do something. My understanding, there is money there. And my also understanding is I go to a lot of different townships and cities, including our sister city, Plymouth, and both their cultural center and their chambers, their audio system is 1,000 times better than ours. And we talk to more people.
I don't know if it's just the sound system, but the whole.
It's always been a problem.
Noise just bounces
and it's
off.
now going on 40 years.
Yeah, well, the acoustics in this room was not designed right.
Yeah.
I mean, but still,
Can't cost
you
that
can
much.
be in a church and, you get perfect sound and, I know.
Have you been to Northville Township City or Township Hall?
The new one?
Yeah, the new one?
No.
It's a room similar to this one. They got the cupola.
Yeah.
I've been in there twice. I can't understand what they're saying.
Yeah, this is just a
It
bad.
echoes. I think it's this.
too much echo.
Yeah.
They gotta put in like those soundboards or.
All right, I got an early one.
Okay.
All right.
So is,
I'd like to see that moved.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, noted. Okay, is anybody else have anything? Okay, is there a motion to adjourn at 10:43?
I make a motion.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Ladwick, and was it Ladwick?
I motion.
Oh, and
Ike's,
Ike supported.
10:44
Oh,
PM.
okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries adjourned.